Here, it should be less echoey this week. Godot, we did a lot of troubleshooting for 5 minutes. I am going to run some ads while Joe goes to the bathroom. So here comes some ads. And then Joe will come back, we'll advertise, and then we'll get rolling. I went to the wrong place to run the ads. This is great. We're doing so well already. One second while I hit this, and then I'll say hello to everybody. Oh my god, so many hellos! Hello, Double Jumper, Ravine, Tacos, Helperbot, Lemonade, Not So Neato, Arentios, Kaylee, how you doing? Tag me if chat Pepega, Boulder, August, Lyrigata, C8, and Zilla, and Luna Panda. You didn't say hello? Well, I said hello to you. We're hunting Boulder for sport? Oh, okay. What's Boulder? Ask me. Hi, Mouse. How do we feel about, Hey there, Slang. How do we feel about, what? Hey, Pichetto, the doppelganger theory is getting deeper. Is it storming and you already lost power twice? Oh, no. I'm sorry. I also have power issues right now. I'll get back to you in 5 to 7 business days on what I was thinking about. All right, sounds good. About legs, I love legs. Legs are the top 3 things on a person for sure. Hey, Ann Pitsant, take me down to Shiroya City where the eggs are gone and the plot is also gone. Oh my god, there's nothing. There's nothing here. August is having airport issues. Well, we're also having a doppelganger thing then. How's the weather? It's storming. My first Spy Master hit was for the wrong team. Oh, that happens. Hello there, Tep. Hello there, Godot, who's in an ad. Normally I gift Godot a sub, but... Allison's cooking some noodles to leave on the table. That's good. I just realized I'm not even on an intro stream. I just like cold launched into the Sekimeiya. That's pretty funny. At least the song is chill. It is, yeah, it is. We were testing sound before stream, so I just had it up. Can't believe I'd say something like that about Godot. I know. He's gonna have to listen back later and find out what you mean by that. Will you show us the flowchart again? I can show you the flowchart again, yeah. I don't have like an export of it, so I'm just gonna have to show my whole browser. So hopefully I don't like I almost hit display capture. That's not good. Let's see if Windows capture doxes me again, shall we? Get new Windows capture for this. There we go. We only did a little bit of development on the timeline. Didn't touch the stuff over here yet. What I did do was map out the Sekimeiya locations and when it was smelly. So I did like when somebody used the Sekimeiya for sure, because we saw it on screen in blue. And then the likely uses in green and who I think it might be. And then also when there was a smell on the right. Did you map out when the elevator is lubed? I didn't, no.
When there was a smell?
Yeah, when there was a smell, the smelly timeline. Welcome back, Joe. Hey. I think we probably lost some steam because I had a pretty bad week last week and didn't want to do anything. We still have the timeline discrepancies to do, which is when people like disappear or appear and act really weird, and then we're gonna do some key events. I think what we're probably gonna do is it didn't seem necessary to review any of this before we came back to Shiroya City, where the plot doesn't exist and the events don't matter. But we'll probably review and add to this before next week as like a review session. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take that as acceptance.
Oh, was that to me? I'm sorry, I'm doing the stream announcement. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I guess I did add this. I did an analysis of the confirmed Sekimeiya uses. So I said, what was the origin point? What was the origin time? What was the context? Then what was the destination point, the destination time, and the context? Later we'll probably be able to fill it out with like what timeline it's in or like whatever. I added quotes where it was relevant.
Did we go over the theories that we did together with this after last stream? We had a really good theory.
I don't think that we talked about our like competing theories. No. So we could talk about that before we get into it.
let's say that one of us has forgotten the competing theories.
Okay. Yeah. Well, entail? In theory, if one of us forgot. Okay. So my thought on the Sekimeiya is that I did an illustration of it in here and then I deleted it afterward, which was a stupid idea, wasn't it? So my thought about how the timelines work is that the timelines are happening, but they aren't happening in parallel. They're basically staggered. They're spaced out. And so whenever the Sekimeiya gets used to jump from timeline to timeline, it's not actually traveling in time. You're actually traveling to the point that's occurring on that timeline. Like the timelines are progressing at the same rate, but at different points in time. So for example, if I use the Sekimeiya in timeline A at 4 p.m. and then I go to timeline B, it's 2 p.m. there. So it looks like, or like it feels like I've teleported in time like by 2 hours, but what actually happened was I just jumped universes to a different point in time, essentially. So that is my theory. Joe feels that the universes aren't running in parallel, they're causal. And so that's basically looping. Like you're getting to the choices that are being made in a timeline are generating the other timelines. And so what we're seeing is like the splitting off of them, I think, essentially.
I do think that. Yeah. And I think that the story will conclude, maybe not conclude, but there will be a big thing about they've gotten to this point now where so much shit has happened, but they can't go back and change more. You can change time, the timeline, but they don't want to change more. And basically, it's all about achieving the goal that they want to achieve, while also preserving how they got to this state. So they can't go back in time and mess around with it anymore. If that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. Does it? I don't know. Like everything that happened that we saw in timeline A is like locked in. Like the first one with Katsuki, and for whatever reason, the conclusion they're going to is like, I still need that Katsuki to do the things he does at the end of that. Was that thunder?
It was thunder, yeah. And it just got very ominously dark in my house, so yeah. Yeah.
Am I crazy? Is Joe using the wrong mic or something? We did some difference with the audio. Is it worse or is it better? Or it should be better.
I turned on a little bit of noise cancellation for Joe and boosted him up so that we're not so quiet, because Rodney showed us a graph of how quiet NL versus Joe versus me is, and it's noticeable.
I'm way quieter than NL, right? I'm always struggling to get.
And I'm quieter than you, so.
Really? Wow. Yeah. Ronnie, if you have any feedback for me for how to fix that, then I will gladly put an upper limiter on or whatever the hell. Yeah, how about we just turn NL down?
Yeah, can we just turn NL down?
Yeah, let's turn NL down.
Joe sounds a little strange. I think Joe probably sounds strange because he turned on Discord sound cancellation on his end. So I think that if it sounds a little like warbly or whatever, that's actually on Discord's end.
Okay, so let me do something then. All right, let me change it over.
Are we doing Scrandle? I already did Scrandle on Amos's stream.
Okay, so do I sound different, better, worse now?
I can't hear a difference, so maybe chat can.
Okay, so this is with Crisp. Before it was with Standard. And now, the raw experience. There's nothing at all.
Yeah, and that has sound that's noticeable in your background.
Yeah. Oh, I need to put the dryer on.
Okay, so whatever the second option was, like maybe Crisp, that was the better one, it sounded like.
Then no one can hear me laugh.
That's true, no one can hear you laugh. Did you show the entire chart? Yeah, sorry, Weeby, sorry. So basically I showed the different stuff we added, and I said we kind of lost momentum because I had a really bad week and were demoralized by Shiroya City. But basically I did a timeline of all of the times that the Sekimeiya was confirmed used or probably used. I also did when the smell happened. I did notice about the smell is that the smell, I didn't note this here, but like the smell gets bigger over time, which makes sense because of the last time, like when the police like raided it and they noticed that the whole place was filled with that gas. Like it seems like the smell is accumulating over time, which is interesting because in some of them they don't smell it at all. So I think that the smell is also an indicator of what timeline people are in. Then I looked at the confirmed Sekimeiya uses, and then looked, and then kind of like just did every one that happened, and like the origin point, origin time and context, and the destination point, destination time and context. And then these I think will probably fill out as we kind of like figure out and solve what exactly happened. why do you hate Shiroya City so much, and do you think it's internalized misogyny? I think it's internalized anime hatred because I dislike slice of life, actually. You showed up late to the chart session? No, there's really not that much to show. So this Sekimeiya location timeline is basically just summarizing the notes section, but in a way that I can look at, and then adding on Control F for smell. Has making this chart revealed anything surprising to you? Yeah, I think so. So one of the things that I didn't realize was actually like how many fucking times first of all, how few times we saw the Sekimeiya used in the first part of chapter 1, and also how many fucking times Katsuki used it. And I think the stuff about the smell became apparent to me whenever I was filling out the smell times. And there were a couple of other big ones that I think realizing that Isla was probably seeing her friend from timeline 3 was also a big one. I think the reveal of timeline 3 is going to be like when a lot of the plot comes together. Like I think a lot of the missing pieces that we don't yet have are probably in timeline 3. So I feel like if and when timeline 3 gets shown, that will be when we get a lot of the answers.
I think that the biggest, like, really specific thing that we both realized when we were talking about it afterwards was that the recording that is in the purse, right? When we listen to that back, it is like almost certain that Isla that shows up in the recording is the one that just fell in the cabinet that saw her corpse.
Yes.
Like it is like, I don't know if you went over that before I got here, but like it is like almost certain that is the link there between those two, and I didn't realize that until we went over it again. Yeah,
so here's the tape recorder. So what she says is, no, I know. What I mean is, what happened to me? Where am I? I should be ... And then it's like, hypothesis, she could mean she thinks she could be dead. It could mean she intended to travel to the past and instead went to the future, or went to a different place, which could mean she thinks that she should be, like, she fell into the case and thinks she should be there. Yeah. We're still locked in? A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to try to solve a puzzle.
So locked in. Ready for Shiroya City.
Ready for Shiroya City. I think someone asked Shiroya City or Angie City. Unfortunately, I'm going to pick Angie City every time. Well, I must hope you enjoy stream and evening. Thank you. I'll try.
I wonder, remember in timeline 1 when Shiroya comes back, right? Did her sprite still have the smoke on it? And if it does, do we think that are the sprites canon? Because she's had a shower now. She's had a bath. Like, she doesn't have the smoke on her anymore. So she went back into the building like we think she's going to, and she's planning to.
So this was in chapter 1, and it was like close to the end, right? And I think she said forget about. I have good news. You can check if the sprite has smoke by jumping. Yeah, like. Let me. Okay, now you can see the game. Oh, okay. All right. So this is Mia, and we need to go back up to. Looking forward to leaving. Yes, I can't wait. Wait, where's Arena? Okay, so here she said, "Don't follow me," and then Arena came back. Oh my god! Oh.
Whoa.
It was loud. Yeah, it was very loud. I played my mom the recording of me getting on your stream, getting jump scared by thunder, and she laughed at me so hard.
Did she really?
Yeah, she laughed at me a lot. Don't follow me. Wait, where did... I can't find it.
It was definitely don't follow me, right?
Didn't she go to the... Let's forget it exists if we can. Oh, I did fucking... Okay, well, I found it on the first... She does not have
She
smoke.
doesn't have the smoke on her.
She doesn't have the smoke on her.
Whoa! Oh, wow!
Whoa!
Yo, we didn't notice that.
Whoa.
Oh, damn.
Inattentive streamers. This is post Shiroya City Shiroya confirmed. To be fair, Katsuki didn't notice either.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. You know what I wonder is, did the one who was in white have smoke on her? She also doesn't have the necklace. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Joe died in static? What?
Oh, Crisp got me. Crisp got me.
Killed by Crisp. Okay.
Yeah.
The static is in the music in this scene also.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, it's
The hiss. I would notice none of this and then complain about the story later on and call it BS. I would too if it was on my stream.
That's true, yeah. In one of the first streams, Mouse remarked it's odd the women didn't clean off the smoke after going to the bathroom. Now we know there's a reason. Oh shit, he's right. No, it's not peak anymore. There was a reason for it. Oh.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
I thought the door not opening at the end of chapter 1 was because it was either significantly before or after the original timeline. Oh, so the building was closed for the night or something. Oh shit, that would make so much sense actually if it's not opening because their watches are wrong and it's just at a completely different time. Oh.
All the clocks are wrong.
Oh shit.
Thankfully on the stream, Joe can stop pretending to be a hater. I think I need to start being a hater to get all the hate out, just so I don't ruin Expedition 33 for everyone. Make everyone super sad.
You are gonna hate Expedition 33 for sure.
I am.
Different. You were wearing different clothes. What? Okay. Just behind the door was Shiroya.
What's with those clothes?
Okay. That didn't really answer anything. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that part, but interesting.
She has smoke on her there, right? On her cheek?
Yeah, like I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I am really impressed that the smoke has gone from the sprite. I'm really impressed.
So... Okay, so she doesn't have smoke here either.
Yeah, she's also clean. Okay. How did we not notice that?
I don't
no necklace too.
know. I think we're tuning. The pros as a smoke screen to distract us by getting bored. Clean Shiroya timeline. Oh, add a fourth. This is all just filibustering to avoid going back to Shiroya City.
I know. We have to do it, unfortunately. We have to do it.
Okay. And we got to do it quickly because chat, our plan going into this, which may change. I'm pretty perked up even after 4 hours of streaming. Our plan is to get through Shiroya City today, if we can. If we start getting sleepy, it's a no-go, but we're gonna try to power through it. We're gonna try. Oh. Okay. I've watched maybe 5 to 10 minutes of this. What are the lubed and clean timelines about? Where do you even begin?
Sometimes you can hear the elevator, sometimes you can't. So on the elevator, on the timeline where you can't hear the elevator, it's lubed, aka lube timeline. Sometimes Shiroya has smoke on her face, sometimes she doesn't, so sometimes she's clean, sometimes she's not. Sometimes the Sekimeiya smells, sometimes it doesn't. Smelly timeline. So lube, clean, smelly timeline. There you go.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is that the voice you use when you explain things to your children?
It's close to it, yeah.
I knew it.
I took the PlayStation 5 back there today, and they're playing Astrobot again, and I confirmed that the HDMI port is busted on the back. So I have to like hold the port in and like really hold it tight in, and every single time I let it go, it would break. So I had to get string and tie string around the HDMI cable, and then tie it tight really around the PlayStation 5, so it created like pressure. And it worked. It worked. Like it works now. So like yeah, that was what I did today. Yeah, and then I built a Lego castle. No, not Lego. Playmobil castle. Playmobil castle.
All right, I pinged Zoomy Neko Discord. I remembered this time. Have you thought about just getting it repaired?
Yeah, I probably should, but just like, you know, they really want to play Astrobot right then, especially Mila. Mila loves Astrobot.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I should take it to a place to get repaired.
Okay, well, this may shock you, but the voice assignments today are me, Shiroya, and you, everyone else.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Who wants to start? Also, do you have any bits and subs or anything?
Thank you, Taco Zabiria, for gifting a sub to Godot Was Here, so we can't talk shit about him while the ads are live. And thank you, Swazi Magic, for subbing with Another Day in Shiroya City, huh? Yep. We're clocking in. We're clocking in, chat. How you was so excited to give voice assignments for Shiroya City in advance. Yeah, we're clocked out. Sometimes you're locked in, but today we're clocked in.
Clocked in. Last stream, when I asked, are the voice assignments the same next stream? And the answer was yes. It was like, oh no.
So demoralizing.
Oh no. Anyway, all right. Do you want to start or should I start? Where were we last time? What was the last thing we read?
I don't know.
I don't remember reading this paragraph.
Well, so what's been happening is that she traveled probably, unless I don't know, there might be fuckery, but it seems like she traveled to November 15th, and then we're going one day at a time, day by day, the 2 weeks up until we get back. So the last thing we read was she actually went and met the guy who made the forum post. You remember the guy who made the forum post?
Yes.
She went and did that, and fucked it up like 5 different ways. And then she came home and cooked dinner and fucked that up too. And then she showered, and then she talked to the cop. Yeah, he was the cop. He was the cop who got yeeted by the Sekimeiya. Yeah, for shame. Yeah. You can't talk about cops without. I'm actually finger wagging. You can't talk about cops without saying that they're bad. That would be bad. We can't be mistaken for cop sympathizers. And now she's planning to go back to the place, back to Ashiya Tower, but she hasn't actually done it yet. And also, she doesn't like how her hair looks after using the hairdryer, and so she towel dries it, which is really important.
Also, there's someone that works at a cafe that got a Sprite that
yeah,
he did get a Sprite, right?
He did get a Sprite.
Maybe hitting on her, but also maybe just wants to be friendly.
He's
I don't
like
know.
a friend of the family. He's in like his late 30s or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Now she's just lying in bed, just fucking. Can we like? Is there like a rock paper scissors app to figure out who has to read this first? Can we like chat poll who reads it? They'll just tie it. They would just tie it. Okay. All right. Cool.
I'll start. Okay.
All right.
I was so comfortable in my bed that it was almost impossible to believe that within a few hours I might have been living in a world where I wouldn't really be myself. Instead, I could end up in a prison cell. The choices I had weren't just freeing, they were daunting. If I change the past, I would pretty much be sacrificing myself. It's already changed in a very minor way, but that might not matter. Even if I can't ever use the Sekimeiya again, if I simply prevent Katsuki and myself from going to the tower on the 15th, the other version of me will never travel through time, so both of us will persist. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Like I feel like the goal is for them to get the change that they want, which is right now saving both Mia and Shiroya, I'm guessing, but also end up in a world where there's only one of them after that, and so one of them doesn't have to like just run away and live their life in hiding. That's what I think the story is building to.
Oh yeah, and also the
yeah.
other thing that happened last stream is that Shiroya like talked herself out of thinking you can change the past, even though that guy went back in time and wrote a forum post.
Yeah.
She did that.
Yeah. That is assuming I don't get them dematerialized by a paradox. Since the past can be changed, I should probably not be worried about that. Hopefully. It was just so frustrating to think about. Like in the bathroom, I forced I forced the thoughts away and tried to breathe calmly.
Oh yeah, and she got followed by someone. That's right. Thank you, Godot.
Oh, she did get followed by someone. I forgot about that.
Thank you, Godot.
I looked at my window. It was still pretty early, and I couldn't see light through the gaps. It seemed I'd woken up as early as I'd gone to sleep. I felt well rested, so I sat up instead of lounging around. I'd realized that the time I had left was potentially scarce, and it felt like a long, long time since I'd appreciated ordinary days so much. I didn't want them to end anytime soon, so I got out of bed right away. The time was 7:45. I set the phone back on the table while a glimpse of the dream I just had returned to me. I wasn't able to piece it together properly, but I knew it had been very similar to the one from 2 nights prior. I'd been in the tower, working through an infinite cascade of headaches caused by the Sekimeiya. Yep, that's about right. Maybe it's a little interesting that I'm dreaming about this. The body I'm currently in was never in the tower. She just assumes?
Yeah.
The part of me that's causing these dreams traveled alongside my consciousness from the 15th. Might be right, but like, I was no expert on how dreams worked, and there wasn't much I could really glean from that anyway. Actually, wait a second. I went 15 days. Wait, why does she think that there would be two? That means there was a body waiting for her then. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why would she think that? Did she think a new body was just made for her when she got here?
I'm just shaking my head. I have no idea.
Yeah. Shaking my head on the subway so everyone knows I disagree with it. Yeah, I went 15 days back in time, but mentally I still aged those 15 days. I'm not exactly sure how old my body actually is after doing that, but wouldn't that mean that my birthday is technically on December 4th from now on instead? So tomorrow?
Somebody get this girl a hobby.
What? I'm just going to ignore that. It seems easier. That's kind of an interesting thought to have, but it's an unexpected one. Okay.
She's mentally aged 15 days, which makes her 9.
Ooh. I stood up as I stretched my limbs and walked to the wardrobe while rubbing my eyes. Sleeping so long would actually tire me out sometimes, but I felt completely rested. Yeah, I know what that's like. The radiators had been emitting heat for a long time, so the temperature was very pleasing. I took some time to drink water and eat a few almonds. I hear the angry click. For some reason, I felt the impulse to go out, just like the first day. I tried to open the door and check the temperature, but it didn't open smoothly. When I peeked outside, I understood why. It's snowing. The sun is rising from behind the mountains, too. That's a nice shot. It wasn't very dense snow, but only a bit of it had piled in front of the door. It didn't feel unbearably cold, so I stepped back in to go grab my phone and put on my coat. I remembered the footprints from the previous day. I didn't want to let them intimidate me, so I discarded the thought. Despite that, I knew that finding out who was responsible for them, if I could, was a fairly good idea.
It stressed me out to think about it, so I simply chose not to. Fair enough. Oh, music fade?
I stepped out, but stopped myself as I was walking down the stairs. Maybe it's too early. It's also colder than I thought. I didn't want to turn around so soon, so I kept going down, taking a few uncertain steps. There was nobody outside. I was the only person I could see being hit by the falling snow. I put on the heavy hood and began to make a distance from my apartment. I miss snow. I previously wandered around Yushibana without a purpose, but the weather no longer made that a good idea. If I decided not to turn back, I had to actually go somewhere. Cafe round 2? It's so early though. Should I just go to the tower?
Oh, I don't want to halt us in Shiroya City, but I also had like another thought that was just completely random and again like based on pretty much nothing. But just to toss it in the theory pile. What if touching the Sekimeiya like infects you, and then you're just time traveling after that? Like, what if it does something? Like, what if touching it like affects you, like makes you sick somehow? Yeah, egg disease. It makes you stupid. So no, I think she came that way. But
it's an incubator?
Yeah, I don't know. Egg rabies.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it makes you dumb.
Yeah,
wow,
it adds you to the travel group. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. Sai was a genius.
I didn't change direction, well aware that a part of me didn't want to go back there. Would I only go when I made up my mind? If so, that would never happen.
Do we miss him, chat?
So much. My whole life, I'd always avoided getting near that building. After the hellish day I'd spent there, that resistant part of me had only gotten stronger. Last night, I decided I'd go today, though I really should.
You probably should, man.
I should, because if I don't, Mia's fate could be set in stone at any time. I'd once thought that it had already been set in stone, even after learning about the Sekimeiya. Even with all the dilemmas I had, the impulse to go outside took priority over them. It was a strange new sensation, and I hoped it would persist. Going to the tower would remove the faint traces of freedom I was feeling. The streets were completely desolate. I'd gotten pretty far without noticing it, absorbed by the same persistent quandary. I guess seeing her thought process has made me understand why her and Katsuki have just never gotten together.
Yes. Yeah, just the king and queen of overthinking.
Yeah. Am I just afraid of being alone in a world where Mia's alive? I don't even think I'm that concerned about getting caught by the police. Right now, I'm all by myself. I don't dislike it. Dislike it like I have in the past, sorry. It's probably because I know it's not indefinite, though. If that's all it is, couldn't I just go talk to Katsuki? If I explain everything to him, both of us could travel to the past and save Mia, and he would also really understand, like, right away. Another version of both of us would remain, but I wouldn't have to be by myself.
Oh my god, a new song that just confuses my brain cells just dropped, apparently, sorry.
He would probably agree to it. But by traveling from the tower alone, I'd willingly avoided that already. Haven't I traveled to the past precisely to also erase Katsuki's pain so that he wouldn't have to remember everything? At once, I realized that the sight in front of me was not one I'd seen before. A foggy Ramon Street extended far ahead of me, but only a handful of people were walking, covering their heads due to the snow. I had never seen it so devoid of life. The entire area had begun to be coated by a thin layer of whiteness. I got in there early enough to witness it before it was manually removed. Across the empty road, on the other side, I looked around me and saw that every shop was closed.
That wasn't that one for you, yeah.
For a while, I didn't move. It was such an unusual sight that I had to wonder if it made any sense. It's never been like this, has it? Everything was closed and there were so few people. It was hard to think I was at the same place as always.
What if it's fucking Christmas? What if she's forward in time right now and it's fucking Christmas and that's why everything's closed?
No. No.
What if?
No.
What
no.
if? What if?
She hasn't she checked her phone or something, or the computer or anything like that? There's no. What if she jumped forward again because the time travel happened around her, like you said? Yeah. Have you read The Time Traveler's Wife?
No.
Okay, so in that the guy is a time traveler and he has a genetic disease that makes him time travel unwillingly, like you posited about the Sekimeiya. Yeah, so it would be similar to that. He just blips sometimes.
I don't want that to be true. I was just saying shit off the top of my head. I don't want it to be true. I want to achieve knowledge through careful reasoning.
It's pretty hardcore actually. Like only he goes. So he wherever he ends up, he's naked. So like he has to like find clothes and stuff like right away. Like yeah, sometimes he's there for a while. It's actually not a bad book. Even the times I went to school through Ramon, there were a lot more people. Right? It was also around this time of day. I was heading to Ina Cafe, but I started to doubt it'd be open as nothing else was. That didn't feel right. I didn't think I'd ever seen it close, and not even on any special holiday, except for Christmas. It was at a branching street farther up, so I kept going, assuring myself that it would be up and running. Sometimes I see people walking their dogs so early in the morning, but the snow made that impossible. When someone finally passed me by, I glanced at their face, and it didn't seem like they found the state of their surroundings strange. What the fuck is going on? I got more and more confused. Was lack of people normal? Perhaps the few memories I had of my morning trips to school were mistaken. Are they like blipping people out of reality, or is it just like she's paranoid? I was sure of one thing though. When I'd taken Ramon Street to go to classes, it had been to stop by Ina and eat something. While I couldn't be sure about the other places, I knew that not once had Ina been closed. Starting to get impatient, I accelerated toward Costa, the small street I'd always turned to. When it finally came into view, I raised my head, letting the falling snow collide with my face. Soon, Ina came up, and I slowed down. It really is closed.
And what? The shutters are made of impenetrable metal, so she can't just like break through them and look inside to see what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah. I stared at it from a distance. It shouldn't have been that strange, but a surrealness similar to the one I'd felt in the tower started to creep into the edges of my mind. I wasn't wrong though. I'd never seen it close before. I could be sure of that since there was an emblem of a coffee mug on the shutter that I was certainly seeing for the first time. I continued getting closer without looking away. As I did, I thought of a time Darfy had said they didn't close a single day of the year, and yet they have a decorative shutter.
Tony Stark buying the metal they make shutters from will be relevant in the next MCU phase. That's very relevant to me too, thank you.
If Tony Stark touches Sekimeiya, could he be sick? No, that's not it. Everything else is closed too.
I thought you were talking about Tony Stark and I realized you were reading.
I tried to think of a reason, but I couldn't. The lack of people in open stores, something about Yushibana was off.
Darfy? Yeah, it's dark coffee. It is such a name. The naming in this visual novel goes hard.
I got to the shutter and tried to find a note explaining why it was closed, but there was nothing. Why are you closed? I took my phone out and looked at the time. It was 7:59. It's possible he recently started to open later. That'd be weird, because students usually buy pastries here on the way to school. Classes started at 8, and I'd always been under the impression that Ina opened half an hour earlier.
See, so like modifying the maybe jump, you know what? I just realized I have a cake pop. Sorry, I just realized. Sorry, I didn't need it. Modifying the jumping forward in time theory, if there was nobody on the street, I would say maybe, remember how we talked about how maybe there was like a big disaster and that's why they were locked in there? But like it doesn't make any sense for some people to be on the street instead of none.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here. This is a very unexpected. Yeah, I'm actually interested in what's going on right now.
Yeah.
I stepped under a thin stone roof to shield myself from the snow. I was lost, not knowing what to think. Surely Yushibana would soon look as it always had. I spent a couple minutes crouching down under the roof, almost afraid of the silent street. Wait, there's nobody here. Why did I not see anyone going to school? I didn't understand. That didn't make sense. Classes had to be starting, but everything around me was deserted. I used to see a few people going to school when I went through the center. Why have I not seen anyone? I hadn't gone to school in months. Had something changed? The schedule maybe? Some emergency? Was December 3rd a holiday I wasn't aware of? I couldn't be sure of anything, as I'd spent the entire time in a coma. What was wrong? No matter how much I looked around me, the absence of people wasn't normal, and even if there was no classes for some reason, Ina should have been open, and I can't check my phone because it's not allowed. I stared at the snow piling on the ground. Beyond my safe place, the white curtain extended ahead, almost like a cloud.
She needs to go Scrooge and be like, "Excuse me, sir, what day is it?"
I didn't have gloves, so I tended to keep my hands warm in the pockets of my coat. Snow had slipped its way inside, and the cold ate at my fingers.
You weren't ready for that.
I wasn't. No. I didn't know what to do. There was nowhere I could go, and the temperature was imposing, rapidly becoming oppressive as soon as I'd stopped moving. I should just go home. hung my head. I've been feeling fine when I left my apartment, but the atmosphere outside was completely unwelcoming, repelling me. So I stubbornly stayed there. Perhaps the mornings in Yushibana had become a lot more empty than before, but I knew it wouldn't be like that all day. Shortly, Ramon would fill up as always, practically bustling by comparison.
Sure, yeah.
I feel like I would handle the time travel better.
Yeah, me too. I feel like sorry, but I'm built different. Like,
yeah, I know. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. I clenched my hands and shuffled my feet repeatedly. The cold was sapping my energy bit by bit, so I had to keep confirming that I was capable of movement.
Godot is asking for my best Victorian child impression. I think it would kill Joe, so I think not.
I knew I wasn't wrong. Ahead of Ina was a clothing store that had always been open at the time, but I could see it was closed as well. The Ushibana I was in didn't make sense. It was abnormal. How is chat remembering the stupid car story I said last stream?
I remember the stupid car story, to be fair.
How long had I been there? I was too cold to curl my fingers around my phone.
Well, can't check the date.
What am I doing? I need to go home. Remembering the heater, I almost stood up. However, looking at my feet, I noticed that some people had arrived at Ramon. It didn't feel normal yet, but it was getting there. I just had to wait a little more. At any point, one of the shops had to open. I could enter it to eat something. Would that really happen? Everyone could see walked ahead individually, either hidden behind an umbrella or disappearing into the distance without looking anywhere else. What the fuck is this?
What is going on?
Yeah. I turned abruptly to a nearby sound. An old man was walking toward me from the wider street. He hadn't seen me, and his tired eyes stared ahead as he walked through his own breath. I forced my body to stand up and stepped out from under the roof.
I think this is me.
Okay, go for it.
I'm sorry.
Oh? He suddenly noticed I'd addressed him and focused his expression, trying to hear my voice.
Is it normal that everything is closed? Shouldn't Ina be open already?
Huh? Ina? He frowned and looked at the shutter. I've never been there, but it's true that it's usually open. You think it should be?
Yes, I think so. It's not only Ina, though. Everything's closed.
He looked all around him. Oh, it's true. I don't think they should be closed today, so you probably don't have to wait a little more. It's still pretty early.
I see.
He was about to drop it, but I insisted before he kept walking.
Paid actor? This is a paid actor trying to... But aren't there far fewer people around than usual? It's Tuesday, right? There's no reason why that'd be the case.
Fewer people? You think so? After a bit, he shook his head. Like I said, it's very early in the morning. Ask him what time it is!
Maybe I'm wrong. It's just the impression I got.
He shrugged and gave a short, dry laugh before nodding his head and parting. I backseat already written stories too much. I felt before that I was being a little paranoid. Was that all it was? I stepped back, shaking a bit of snow off my head. Maybe I'd internally exaggerate things, but I didn't think my memories were off. I should just wait, then. That's all. At some point, nobody will be able to say it's too early for the stores to be closed.
That's right. The only solution...
I'll get them.
The only solution is to sit around for 3 hours in this... Okay, again, I don't know about you. We're never getting out of Shiroya City at this rate today. But, like, I don't know about you, but if it was, like, 4 in the morning instead of 7 in the morning, I would notice the difference in, like, where the sun was and the kind of light there was. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way I would mistake those. Okay. You know, whatever.
Absolutely. But if it's, like, a different time of year... Like, no, it's still snowing. It's
still snowing, so it has to be... I don't know. It is in the mountains, so I don't know if they've specified that.
Huh. I've been below that short roof for some minutes, and while I couldn't stay there for much longer, there was nowhere else to take shelter. However, the thought of going all the way home before eating anything was intimidating. Like, if the sun is if it's way brighter than she thinks it should be, that would mean that she's around June, right? Like it's in the... No, hold on. I don't know anything about Japan, how that works, like where they are.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know actually. Shit. There's definitely more people than before. It's all fine.
Are you sure you know the time? Do we need to add a new scran mode? No, I would know the time.
Minutes earlier, I've been considerably anxious due to the state of Yushibana, and I just made it up. That was all I can think it was.
This is just... Okay.
Time guesser round 3. Also, what time is it in the photo? Like, of day. I couldn't be relieved yet because all around me I could only see shutters. Only after one of them moved would any remaining doubt dissipate. It was such a horrible feeling. Very soon, I heard a loud grinding sound. I turned to the mug symbol and saw it rising, uncovering the dim interior through the glass.
Maybe it was like only an hour before she thought it was, you know?
Yeah, an hour I could see her making that mistake, sure. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Darfy was inside with a ring of keys in his hand. He unlocked the door and pushed the shutter all the way up. I approached nervously before he noticed me. Shiroya, what are you doing here so early?
I was waiting for you to open. I really wanted to go somewhere for some reason. I thought you opened at 7:30 though.
You're right. I'm sorry if I'm late. Have you been waiting for a while?
I've been here a bit, but don't worry.
Well, now I feel bad. Come in. You must really be cold. I went through the transparent door, lightly tapping the snow off my shoes. I was glad that everything was all right. I couldn't understand if something strange had really just happened, but the warmth alleviated my worries.
Are you getting annoyed by the same thing I am?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Great.
Sorry, it'll take a bit for the heat to get going.
It's fine. It's much better than outside.
I stepped farther in and looked at the multitude of pastries behind the glass as I removed my hood. Meanwhile, Darfy grabbed a few chairs from a pile in the corner and put them beside the tables. They've been sitting out all night. Ugh. What do you want? These are all recently baked. What do you mean recently baked? Ha! I pointed at the same chocolate covered one I'd had before, unaware of its name. I heard before that eating warm pastries wasn't healthy and to always wait for them to cool off, but I was too hungry to care.
What?
Okay.
You heard what?
You also doesn't drink tap water?
You heard what?
No tap water, cold pastries.
Doesn't know how to
warm my
cook
stool
meat.
up before I sit in it. Doesn't know how to cook meat, yeah. Like I eagerly waited while Darfy went behind the counter, biting in immediately after the tiny plate was placed in front of me. Darfy looked pretty busy preparing everything. He got 2 batches of bread out of the oven and placed them in the usual spot.
I'll need a coffee too. Say please.
The same way?
Yes.
All right, give me a moment. She's rude.
Yeah.
I felt completely rested after waking up, but that had drastically changed. Staring at the wood, I kept biting the pastry, its warmth permeating my body. She's perfect for Katsuki. She actually is. Darfy put an empty cup below the coffee machine and filled it up. Do you want to sit at a table? I looked behind me. Next to low tables was the wide window, intercepting soft flakes of snow.
Yeah, I'll sit there.
I'd already finished up the pastry, so I grabbed the cup by its rim and carefully brought it to the closest table. Oh, it's nice. I sat on one of the 2 chairs, its angle allowing Ramon to be seen.
Sorry, I need to do something like petty.
Do you think that Darfy like lives in a box at the top floor of the shop?
Maybe, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to see if that coffee order was different from the one she got before, but it's ambiguous.
Sat on one of the 2 chairs, its angle allowing Ramon to be seen. What had I been going on about? There were a number of pedestrians walking with an umbrella above them. I touched the glass with a finger, feeling again how cold it was outside. With my other hand, I gripped the hot coffee tightly, a stark contrast. Then I slowly brought it to my lips. Oh, it's burning! It's a lot less hot when I make it at home. I placed it back down, Darfy still arranging everything properly behind the counter.
What is going on? This is really weird.
Okay, I need you to take over for a while. Sorry, I need you to take over for a while.
Why?
I can't do it.
You can't do it? Okay.
Oh,
right.
I can't be Shiroya for any longer in a row than I have just once.
You made it like 20 minutes. You made it through 20 minutes of Shiroya. I kind of should I read this in like the most brain off like Valley Girl voice? Like it's just
it would fit. Yeah, it would fit.
I waited a bit for the coffee to cool off and started to drink it. I finished it in a few sips. Seconds later, I began to notice a faint headache, a frequent side effect coffee had on me. Do you have any water?
Okay, you have to stop doing the voice.
Okay. You don't like it?
That is not the problem.
Okay,
Water?
right.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go. Wow. I can't say what I want to say on my own stream. That's crazy. Darfy's head peeked out from under the counter, and he filled up a glass with a bottle of water. I stood to grab it from the other side and drank it in hopes of alleviating the pain. The effect was almost immediate, and the pleasant change of temperature refreshed my mouth. I reclined in the chair, still a little rattled.
Those look like oxygen masks.
A little, yeah. I turned my head to the door after hearing it open. A man I hadn't seen outside entered the cafe and stepped up to the bar with moist footsteps. What'll it be? Still looking a little busy, Darfy addressed him while he scanned the wooden trays behind the counter.
I'll have 2 loaves of spelt bread. What's spelt bread?
That's a kind of
Swan?
grain.
Okay.
The man nodded and Darfy packed both loaves into a thin bag that he handed over. What else?
What else?
Yeah.
That's all. It'll be 280 yen then. Thank you.
After being handed a few coins, Darfy bowed and the man quietly walked out. Following that, more people began to enter. I saw everyone come in and out from my chair. Most of them had come to buy bread, which had almost run out already. It was hard to believe the place would evolve throughout the day, becoming a bar in the evening. Everyone had instantly left without sitting anywhere, as the chairs and stools were primarily used later in the day. The cafe was open the entire day on every day of the week. However, even though Darfy was the main person behind it, I'd frequently seen members of his family behind the counter. He couldn't do it all himself. Once a few minutes had gone by without any new customers, Darfy addressed me.
You've been here a while. Do you want anything else?
I don't think so. I'm still hungry, but I don't really want another pastry.
That's fine. Have you talked to your parents?
Yeah, I called my mom the other day. We talked a bit, but they're gonna stay where they are. I already mentioned that's also what I prefer.
Are you sure about that? Is it that you want to be alone or that you don't want your parents to come?
I think I prefer being alone, at least at home.
I can understand that. I'm glad you're okay, but I suppose I can't really accept that they won't come back. I was really shocked when I learned they moved away without you.
I didn't know what else to say. He realized I was looking a little down and changed the subject.
Well, I'm happy you came back already. You were there very early, though.
I went to sleep pretty early, too, and for some reason I felt like going out somewhere again.
Should have at least grabbed an umbrella, but it's impressive how strong you are.
He smiled gently at me. Oh, right. I guess he isn't aware that I'm still in the hospital. There's no reason he would know that without calling my parents. Will he find out on the 8th? I don't know what I'll say if he does.
So what have you been doing these last couple of days?
Oh, you know. Not much.
That's so true.
I went to Katsuki's house yesterday and I was there for a while.
Katsuki's house? You think being there helps you?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh,
that is
a weird thing to say.
Question.
Yeah, that's implying Katsuki's dead. Like, what the fuck?
It kind of is. Yeah.
I see.
He
Man,
looks...
us reading Umineko together, both blind, would have gone so hard.
I know, I'm sorry. but then the paradox is that you probably wouldn't have...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Can we look at what the newspaper she read said? Mia was the only casualty of a local gas explosion. It doesn't matter what the fucking newspaper said if she went to another timeline.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck me.
So the Katsuki she saw in that building is also a time traveler that also shouldn't be there, and who is also sitting there being like, I should go see Shiroya, but I don't really want to. Like, I don't know what's going to change anything, and I should go. They're both having the exact same fucking thought. It's just everything is just the egg room all over again. Oh, egg chair room. Sorry. Fucking hell.
I have a headache. He looked saddened too, but I hadn't lied. I wasn't entirely certain how I was able to feel so tranquil at home by myself, but I suspected that if Katsuki hadn't invited me to his house from the hospital in the first place, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. The pain we'd felt from Mia's death had practically hung in the air at his house, but we'd been able to withstand it together.
I don't want to put any pressure on you, but I'm curious if you have any idea about what you'll do. Last I heard, you were considering studying medicine, right? Sorry, maybe this isn't a good time to ask these questions. It absolutely isn't. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Don't worry, I don't know though. I don't even know anything about medicine. It's just one of the few areas I think I could find interesting, but I'm not sure I want to keep studying. I think it's a lot more likely I'll try to find a job.
Is that so? I was thinking that I wouldn't at all mind letting you work here a few hours a week. Would you be interested? It'd give you something to do, and you wouldn't have to depend exclusively on your parents if she gets a job in the time between now and going back into the tower. I swear to God.
We're about to do a 7-hour stream just to get through it. That offer came out of nowhere, and I was left a little shocked. I don't know. Maybe? I'll think about it. Can I? I really appreciate it, though.
Of course, this is a decision you have to rush, and it's an offer that isn't going anywhere. So tell me if you think it'd be good for you.
Okay. Admittedly, if that had been proposed to me before December, I might have accepted immediately, as I'd been desperately lacking an actual path to take. But part of me just wanted the days to continue. It was a selfish and impossible wish, but the 2 days of December I'd redone had possessed a calmness I'd rarely known, despite my own paranoia. Someone opened the door, so Darfy had to attend them. I looked through the glass. At Ramon, I could see a person dressed in a green uniform removing the snow on the ground. Some was still falling, but it had become too light to build up. After my brief talk with Darfy, I'd taken notice of something. Everything that I'd been worrying about for months had become meaningless. Technically, at the moment, none of that mattered anymore. Studying medicine, moving away, getting a job, doing anything of meaning really would be irrelevant if I traveled to the past again or if I modified history, especially if I won the lottery. It would all have been for nothing. I would strive to prevent the death of a friend, isolating myself in a world where not a single thing of what I'd constantly worried about would occur. And I would really try to do it. Sitting on that chair, I'd sporadically feel a sharp pain in my chest, a pain warning me that it could have been my last visit to Ina and my last real day in Yushibana. Any day could have been my last one before needing to take action. I'd come to massively appreciate the odd serenity I could feel. For that reason, if the end of the countdown was that close, I'd try to prolong it a little bit more. And since all I wished for was the calmness I felt, I remained on that chair where it existed, witnessing the outside world move through the glass. Letting the time pass was what I most and least wanted. I stayed there, glancing out and believing it was the best way to use the time I still had. Darfy noticed that, as he didn't resume the conversation once the silence had returned. There was nothing else I thought I could do on December 3rd. The only thing that remained was going to the tower and learning what would come next. Before that, there was only an optional step. It was deciding. I still had the ability to choose. It wasn't true that going to the tower was essential for that. No matter what I'd find there, deciding whether to change the past or not was possible, even though I'd done my best to believe that I'd never choose the latter. After all, I'd touched the Sekimeiya to change the past, and it would have been for nothing if I later decided not to. But perhaps that was wrong. I couldn't think anymore that touching the Sekimeiya would have been for nothing, even if I decided not to alter history. The days I was living through did mean something to me. If this were you, here's a question. If this were you, would you not just go talk to Katsuki and tell him what was going on, or B, if you don't want to fuck around with that, wait until the opening was going on and like go to Ashia and be like, hey, I have a tip for you that XYZ is going to happen, so you should evacuate the building and not let that happen. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like she has many paths here.
I think she's afraid of there ending up being 2 Shiroyas, but yeah, I feel like you could still do that with Katsuki.
Yeah. Whatever. What if that destroys the universe? Fuck it. Who gives a shit? I won't know. It won't exist. Don't a lot of them get her arrested? I mean, I don't know. What would actually happen if I step aside and choose not to go to the tower again? I don't think that'd actually be so simple either. Okay, thank you. Late on the 15th, I disappeared from the tower, leaving the others behind. If everything happens as it did, Katsuki will try to travel to the past himself, and the problem of the recording will come back in full force. There really wasn't a single good option, so maybe deciding simply wasn't possible. Instead of trying to determine which of the choices I had was better, would attempting to find a new one serve any purpose? There's just nothing else, is there?
Me deciding what to stream.
There'd always been a concealed alternative that I'd been aware of, but it was so unthinkable that I'd chosen to immediately dismiss it. If I didn't change the past, Mia would stay dead, and so would the people who died in the tower. It was even possible Katsuki would too if the exit didn't open after 12 hours. At that point, I could try to enter the building through the storeroom or make the police do so, but if that door didn't actually lead outside, the recording had a chance to occur a month later. Even though I'd changed the past by calling my mother, that wouldn't necessarily prevent the events of the 15th from occurring. The version of me in the hospital at that moment could still travel back in time the same way I had. I knew that could be wrong. If I still went back in time after my mom told me about the call she got when I was in the hospital, I wouldn't ever try to change the past by calling her. The distinction between that Shiroya and me already somewhat existed. So if that's not the case, and I further change the past, the only negative is that the self of mine currently in the hospital will stop being me, and I'll have to abandon my current life. I'm not really sure I could do that. Then yes, of course, there was a way to prevent that from happening. Upon changing the past, the problematic variable was solely the other version of myself. Therefore, by removing that variable, I'd have everything I wanted. That wasn't something I could seriously consider. That possibility simply didn't exist. I'd spent a very long time beside that glass as it was marked by unending snow. I was getting alarmingly hungry, but for as long as I stayed there, I would be fine. Through the glass and the whorls of white, I was able to see the sun. It had reached the center of the sky. I continued staring through it, watching the part of Yushibana that had become as lively as always. Okay, so she did somehow, like, something is fucky. Like, her watch is off, or she went back, or, like, something happened before this scene.
Yeah,
like, she's, like, an hour in the past or something.
With the footsteps yesterday, maybe it's trying to build paranoia up, and it's not really. I don't know. I give that, like, a 2% chance. But still a chance. Like, it seems that something is up with the timeline or time or whatever. I find it weird that he was, like... When he said, like, sorry if I was late, like, he doesn't even know what time it is or whatever. Like, it's strange.
That seemed like obfuscation in the writing to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That seemed like, That was until I recognized something in the distance. I stood up from the chair, realizing that I had forgotten something. I'll be leaving. How much is it?
What? You still think you have to pay?
Just tell me. I'll feel bad about coming so often if I don't pay. Okay, I failed that one.
Really? I didn't even register that one. Holy shit.
Okay.
That's mean. It's 300 yen.
I took my wallet out and paid with the exact amount. Thank you. Sorry for leaving so suddenly, but I need to be somewhere.
Cozy game, cozy streamer. Don't worry. You know you can come back anytime.
I nodded and left, flipping up my hood. I walked directly to Ramon Street. In the distance, I had recognized a purse. After staring at it for a few seconds, I knew exactly where I'd seen it.
Irina?
I dashed toward the direction it had been. Right above the purse, an umbrella was covering the face of its owner. But that didn't matter. I knew that purse. While identical ones could exist, I'd recognized it as Isla's. I ran to the street the umbrella had turned to. Even though I hadn't seen the face of the person holding it, that umbrella was lower to the ground than all the others. I started moving faster as I reached an area with less snow stuck to the pavement. Ramon was pretty crowded, so I wasn't sure if anyone had been walking beside that umbrella, but I'd recalled something else I'd entirely forgotten about. Isla's friend, that's right, they must be here. Oh, you dumbass.
Oh, God.
A sudden wave of bleariness crashed through my head, demanding me to slow down, but I didn't stop until I'd arrived at the dimmer street I'd seen the umbrella at. I couldn't see anyone. There were multiple doors on both sides and more branching paths farther ahead. I don't know what happened to me this morning, but today's definitely a school day. If that's really Isla, it could have actually been her friend, right? Was I correct and her identity was Isla herself? That thought had seemed a little strange in the tower for a number of reasons. She couldn't have gone back in time to repeat exactly what she'd lived through, but I had since learned that a long travel like that could have happened without needing to store energy for a month. Oh. I looked down. From there onwards, snow still covered the ground. As a result, I was able to see a pair of footprints, smaller and less faded than the rest, disappearing ahead. I stepped forward, careful not to lose track of them. The buildings weren't casting dark shadows on the ground, so I was able to follow them without mixing them up. I went all the way down the street where the footprints turned to the right. Once again, I was close to Katsuki's house, but the marks on the ground deviated from it. There was still no indication of them ending, and I wasn't able to see anyone farther ahead. I'd been trying to go fast, but once again, the footprints turned to the right, and I couldn't spot the umbrella. Isn't this a dead end? Like I thought, that turn brought me to a short street filled with houses. That meant the footprints had to end at a door. And they did. When I lifted my head, I saw a house, the trail ending at its entrance. Does Isla live here? Should I ring the bell? Instead, I warily stepped back, as letting myself be seen had some worrying implications. Even if I'd just seen an Isla who traveled from the future, while the original one was likely to not be home, it was very possible Irina was. She told us that she once found out Isla hadn't gone to school, so there was nothing stopping her from being inside right then. Whether I ring the bell or not, that's the same as finally deciding whether to change the past or not. I'd like to know who Isla's friend is, and if it really is herself, I might learn something very important from her. However, it's also possible Irina will see me, which will change things pretty drastically. I looked at the building from behind a car. I couldn't see light through any of the windows, and nobody else was close by. I needed to make up my mind, but it was impossible. If I pressed the button next to the door, the rest of my life might have gone up in smoke. Is it true that the past will only change if I want it to? If so, I could try to ring without that being my intention, but that's so risky. I don't know how it works. I felt my heart racing as I worried about making any rushed action.
If she talks to Isla before Katsuki, I swear to God.
Should I just watch from here and try to observe who the friend is? Maybe I should just leave. I know where Isla lives now, so I can try to prevent them from going to the tower on the 15th. That might be best. If I were to do that and Isla's friend is really herself, she'd end up in the same situation as me, stuck in a world with two versions of her. What will happen after that? How will the world even take it? If they don't go to the tower, Isla won't be able to travel to the past. Will that simply not matter and both of them will continue to live? If her existence gets overwritten, mine will be too, right? How was I supposed to reason any of that out when I knew nothing about what would happen? Time was passing with no progress being made. No shit! Every time I questioned what to do, the same fundamental bifurcation emerged. I needed to know what I wanted. Can I not do it? Is it actually impossible to decide? Maybe for you, Shiroga. It shouldn't be, right? Even if I don't like any of the choices, there has to be one I prefer. If they're all equally bad, then I can just choose one to stick to, can't I? I could just decide my entire life like that.
Wow.
I need to do it, and this is when. I'm stretching out the time I have too much, and I could end up immensely regretting it at any point.
I gotta say, it is actually, like, in a way, very accurate character writing. Like, there are people that are like this. It's wow. Holy shit.
Haley from Stardew Valley, time travel.
Oh, man.
I have to decide now. Even if I wish I'd made another choice later, I can't know that now. So I just need to make the decision based on what I feel at this moment. Do I get a job or not? But even after thinking all that, I didn't move from behind the car. My thoughts were in complete disarray. Finally stepped out and inspected the dark windows. If I didn't care about changing the past again, trying to reach Isla's friend was the right call.
She's fucking Chidi from The Good Place, man.
Oh my god. But of course I cared. I couldn't suddenly press a button that would influence my whole life. No. I looked at the way I'd come from. Nobody was there. I could see my footprints coming toward me, so I quietly traced them, peeking at the previous street. Again, nobody was in sight. I'd felt the same sensation as the day before. I didn't know if I'd noticed a sound or a movement, but my head had suddenly turned to that corner. I looked at the ground, but many footprints were there, and due to the falling snow, it was hard to tell which were recent. Is it just me? It's not, right? Yesterday, someone was definitely following me. Did I only imagine it this time? I looked left and right, confirming I was alone. I still felt that Vicide might have followed me, but he wouldn't do it again. Could it be Isla? No, the footprints I saw yesterday belonged to an adult. I tried to compose myself and walked farther into the street. I should just leave. I'm not going to be able to ring the bell for fuck's sake. I felt a deep unease at the concept of someone watching me from a distance. I couldn't understand why they would, and it put even more pressure on me. I was still fairly hungry and far from my apartment, but if I went home in a straight line, I'd have to go through all of the deserted streets before getting back to the center. I didn't want to do that if someone was observing me in secret. I was close to the outskirts, so instead of going back, I kept on ahead. You made a good decision to not be reading during this part.
Yeah, do you want me to take over?
No, it's okay. I can do a little more.
Okay.
When the curved street came to an end and the short houses stopped, the sight to the tall mountains was wide open. I was at the start of the mountain range, close to the valley that led out of Yushibana. I hadn't seen anyone yet, and there were barely any footprints around. If I'd been followed again, I had surely gone the opposite way. I spun in place, confirming again that nobody was there. I doubted anyone was watching me based on where I was. The only place they could be hiding was within some covered windows, fairly far away. Noticing the slight weight on my head, I shook off the snow piled on it. Then I kept walking, my boots sinking deeply into the snow. The path outlining Yushibana was not well maintained. Tall weeds dominated it, unfazed by the snow. I'd learned to avoid coming back from Katsuki's house through that route, as it tended to be hard to traverse. I'm afraid that somebody might be following me, so instead of walking on streets where other people are likely to be so that I feel safe, I'm going to go in the hard to traverse, isolated woods.
Yep.
Ahead.
She's
Yes,
so
Chat
smart.
just said this. Yeah.
She's gonna study medicine. Yeah.
I would trust her with my life. Ahead of me, I saw a thin path going up the mountain. Like the entire hill, it was coated in snow, but the lack of grass peeking up highlighted the way. I reached the split and instinctively took the path up the large mountain. She wants to be kidnapped by One Direction. I'm trying not to look at chat too much. It's fucking great. Okay. Due to another impulse, I found myself climbing the steep path, leaving behind the straight and plain one. I knew it would level out soon and lead home, despite taking longer. I miss Mia. All around me, I could only see dried bushes covered in white and tall trees scattered around. I knew the mountains were frequently visited, but I couldn't make out any indications of people having been there.
Not only would Mia have rung the doorbell, she would have gone in and killed Isla just to see what would happen. She's like, yeah, let's see. What can I change?
If I rip off her arm, will it be gone in the tower in my memory?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Looking at chat as content, it's what separates a streamer from television. I just want to get through Shiroya City. I don't want another stream of this. I turned to that path due to the conversation I'd had with Katsuki in one of the hallway A crystal rooms. It had been so long since both of us had taken that path, but walking up all by myself was still somehow familiar. Would we ever go
back
up?
to anything happen? The most important thing is that Shiroya got a job offer at the cafe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to say thank you to Not MSB for subbing. Hopefully this can be put toward a bus ticket out of Shiroya City. And it costs a lot more than $3. Would we ever go up together again? That was also something I had to choose. You can take over. I'm fucking out. I'm out.
The wind was noticeably stronger higher up. The terrain there was plain, and the way branched out. Higher still was the entrance to the caves, whereas the path to the right would take me close to home. I turned around to witness the sight I'd earned. Oh, it's that again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why is she... the entirety of Yushibana covered by snow. The sight was as pleasant as it has always been, intensified by the moving curtain of falling flakes, which appeared much denser from above.
If I can just briefly explain my body language right now, I am like hunched over my desk with my hands folded, and my head is tilted, and I'm just shaking it. I'm just shaking my...
Shaking it?
I'm just shaking my...
Are you sitting like that Death Note character again, or no?
No, I have 1 foot on the ground at least, but I am sort of, you know what, actually kind of, yeah, I actually am kind of in El Elliot mode. That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually true, a little bit, yeah.
I looked at the way I'd come from, but even from that position, I wasn't able to see anyone. Only when I peered to the center of town was I able to notice the tiny movements of people on the streets. It wasn't a place I couldn't see. The hospital was close to where I was, most of its windows covered from within. In the distance, the Zoop Sout trash disposal looked like a perfect circle, appearing as elegant as every other place thanks to snow. Where's the building?
I don't know. Oh, and of course, close to Adashia Tower. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, it was rare to see the top of it, but the snow almost made it blend in completely. I looked down to its entrance. I could just barely make it out despite the distance and the whirls of snow, but there was no shutter in place. Despite the harsh wind hitting my face, I kept watching with both hands in my pockets, trying not to let the snow fall inside. A very important decision still needed to be made, and even ignoring that decision was its own decision. Was there going to be a better time? As soon as I asked myself that, I knew the answer. When I tried to alter the fate of the town, trapped in a shrouded sequence of events revolving around a magical gemstone.
Next time on Shiroya City.
Would I try to save Mia and the people I'd met that day at the cost of my own normal life? Even if I succeeded, I would have to keep on living in circumstances I couldn't even fathom. I felt like I'd been living in a mire, and when I finally pulled out of it, I lost everything. The incident in the tower had only made things worse, and I'd finally been saved from it only to be subsequently forced to destroy my own life as the right answer. I didn't know if I could accomplish it, but the choice was about whether to try it. I could be caught by the police or be beaten to the punch by someone else from the future. If the latter happened, I was letting it happen by not acting. It was my own fault. It was all a mess, and there was no way not to make it one. No way not to make it one. I wanted to talk to Mia again, but even if I saved her, that wouldn't happen. She hadn't deserved to die, so I could trade positions with her. I wouldn't even be doing it for some twisted form of recognition, as nobody would know what had happened. My other self would exist in my place, and I'd step aside. I looked at the tower, knowing the Sekimeiya was inside. Who else in that town knew about what had happened on the 15th? I wished I could know that. I just have to go in, find where the Sekimeiya is, and check if I can open the door in the storeroom. I just have to do that, determine what I can do, and enter again during the night. But that wasn't the problem. I would only go back to the tower after knowing whether I truly wanted the past to change. So would I attempt to alter the hellish world I'd experienced at the cost of the life I'd always had? Or would I give up on using the Sekimeiya again, accepting the cards we've been dealt to create the best future we had at hand? Smash. Oh, wait. Step aside and wait out the days is the canon one for... No.
No, it's top first, right? Top first is the fucked up one, right?
We always do top one? Are you sure?
we always do top first. Is that what we do? Top first? Do the bad choice? Top first. Top first. Weeby says top first.
Yeah, top first. Okay. Top first. I remember. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I'm wrong. Top first.
If I press this button, do we have to watch 10 more days of Shiroya procrastination? Is that the bad ending is 6 more hours of Shiroya?
Oh.
Yes, and it's in real time now. Save? I should have, huh?
That was the answer. She wasn't disappointed in herself or sad about what would come. Shiroya was relieved to know that she'd made a decision. She didn't know what would happen from there. Would Ashia Tower be locked up for an entire month? If so, then it seemed hard to believe the storeroom door would work to free the remaining people. What that meant was that she had a few days for herself. Immediately after that, Shiroya didn't know what shape the future would take, but she believed she had, that she and Katsuki would get through it. Her goal was solely to enjoy the remaining time she had. Hat jumped up there on me. Despite that, seeing a bustling street while she walked down the mountain, she only felt empty. At least, that was hypothetically what would have happened. However, it simply wasn't to be.
Oh, okay.
More precisely, her surroundings at that moment didn't remotely resemble a mountain. What? They were dark and eerie. The person closest to her was someone she'd never spoken with. Why? because she was in the prison a whole time. This world had not been frozen, but modified for convenience and familiarity. Ordinarily, this shape would be unlikely to be constructed, but it is needed to emphasize certain aspects. Where is Shiroya now, and how did she get there? What the fuck is going on, Mouse?
Why are you asking me?
Shiroya had traveled 15, because maybe you know, because I don't know what the fuck is going on here right now. Shiroya had traveled 15 days through time and found herself underground. Her decision would end up being not to attempt to change history, never entering a Shia tower again. Naturally, at this point, she didn't know that. After exiting the incline tunnel, she saw the entirety of Yushibana, the sun long since fallen behind the horizon. She wandered through the dim streets, arriving at the shop where the explosion had occurred. Feeling extremely beaten down and ultimately unaware of what had happened, she walked to her apartment. I know, we just did this, yeah? She'd been in the tower only minutes ago, where she discussed using the Sekimeiya one more time with the hope that the past could really be changed. At home, however, she hurried to her bed, where she lay with the clothes that had been dampened so long ago.
What is this? The person closest to her was someone she'd never spoken with? What do you mean?
The next day, she felt the urge to leave her apartment. It was noon, and she'd slept for a very long time. Outside, though, what would happen? Would anyone call her out for having come from the future? She wandered mindlessly, witnessing the life that had once disappeared around her. She ended up at the entrance to Ina Cafe, where she would surely be recognized. However, she suddenly stopped when a note stuck to the shutter caught her notice. It was on top of the drawing of the coffee mug she'd never seen. She got closer and read what it said. We apologize, but due to personal matters, we will be closed for most days of the week. We hope this will only last for a short time. Shiroya could hardly believe what she'd read. In many years, she'd never seen Ina closed, and even though the note was written in plural, she knew the person who'd written it had to be the one that worked there almost every day. Was it the universe's warning telling her that she wasn't allowed to be seen? Perhaps Darfi seeing her would have created an impossibility the universe had prevented. After staring at the note for a long time, she walked away, hesitant to step into the busy crowd. She went the opposite way, wondering about the cause of Darfi's absence. She hadn't visited the cafe in a long time, so she didn't know how long that note had been there. No matter the reason, she felt a little worried for Darfi, who'd always been kind to her. So what should she do? She hadn't eaten much, so her head started to feel a little cloudy. She's hungry a lot in this sequence. Distracted, she jumped when a sudden noise came from behind her. She turned around and saw a still car in the middle of the road. Its driver burst out and dashed to the front.
It's Sai.
Oh my god, are you okay? Hey! From farther ahead, Shiroya started, terrified. However, a parked car prevented her from seeing what was on the snowy asphalt. What the fuck? I barely tapped him. Don't fucking tell me.
It is Sai.
What had happened wasn't a mystery. Shiroya was stunned into immobility. As a handful of bystanders ran to the car, she desperately wished that no one's life had been lost. Hey, say something. Come on, say something. Those anguished cries continued ceaselessly and kept drawing nearby people in, forming a circle. Few of them had phones by their ears, detailing the emergency to the proper officials with the hopeless voice of the driver in the background. Given the way everyone was acting, there was only one conclusion to draw. You gotta be fucking kidding. Hey, wake up! Man, he just ran out in front of me. There was no way I could have stopped in time. Come on, say something, please. He's right, I saw it too. He suddenly crossed the road. It looked like he started running when he saw her. Out of nowhere, everyone turned to face the petrified Shiroya.
Well,
she stared back at the onlookers for long seconds, none of them moving. Finally, after she processed what she'd heard, she stepped forward and looked beyond the parked car. Sure enough, she knew the person lying on the snow who was being forcefully shaken by his shoulders. Of course she did. On top of all the bright blood soaking into the snow was the person she knew most well, the person she'd gone to the tower with, and her last friend. So when she saw his empty eyes, the sound of her heart thudding echoed inside her own body. Red and white blended into one, the entire world appearing drenched in his blood. It was absurd to think that scene made any sense. That thought barely managed to cross her mind. So is this the timeline we were just in and didn't even realize it? And that's why Darfi thinks that Katsuki's dead?
I wonder why the coffee shop would have been closed then, though.
It said it was closed most days. So maybe it was open that day? What? She hadn't wished the past to change at all, so why did it change in the worst way possible? Soon, an ambulance came, but everyone was already aware it was futile. The body was quickly placed on a stretcher and injected with a substance. Losing no time, he was brought in through the rear door of the vehicle, and it sped away. A swarm of people surrounded the bloodstain left behind, and they started to talk loudly as soon as the ambulance left. On the ground, the broken driver stared downward. A few steps back, Shirley did the same thing, rejecting what she witnessed. I have a very kind of like messed up question in chat. When there's a car accident and there is a lot of blood left on the street, does someone come to clean it, or are they just like, fuck it, rain will get it? Like, what do they do?
I think they clean it.
They clean it? That makes sense, yeah. There's crime scene cleaners. They do accidents too? Yeah? Okay. She'd recently been forced to accept the cruelty of reality, but she hadn't been prepared for the same thing to happen again. She denied it. She told herself that she'd mistaken his face, or that everyone had failed to notice he'd still been alive. If everything was a dream, it would resolve all of her problems at once. What's your name? Roya heard someone addressing her. It happened before, when they'd noticed she knew the victim, but she hadn't replied. For that reason, she'd been left alone for a while. Answer me, what's your name? But that voice persisted. When Shoria moved her head, she saw a police officer staring at her with a serious expression.
Shiroya Marana.
You'll have to come with us.
What?
Grabbed by her wrist, she was dragged to a police car with its door open. Sit here. The officer closed the door from the outside. Immediately, another officer opened the front door and sat in the driver's seat. Shoria had no strength to question anything, so when the engine started up and they began to drive away, she could only gaze at the fading group of people who'd seen the same thing she had. Days passed, and still confined, she remained unable to comprehend a single piece of what had happened. This is a different timeline and a different Shiroya, so why is this the result of picking that option? This is weird.
I don't know, but these bad ends like don't really happen, right?
Yeah.
So
It was many days later when Shiroya stepped on the snow again. She had learned it with certainty. Katsuki had died on that day, instantly. The incident of the 15th had already occurred, and in the distance, she could see Ashiya Tower. It had been a while ago when she touched the Sekimeiya in the bathroom, but she hadn't set foot in that building again. And she wouldn't. It didn't matter anymore. She didn't know where to find the Sekimeiya or what had happened to her life. The day she opened the door to her apartment again was January 11th of 2012. What happened on the 15th of December? She had heard about it. At 9 o'clock, the main shutter had unlocked. However, nobody had been found alive inside.
when the seagulls cried.
It still happened even though Katsuki wasn't there. 2 people have been found dead. Their names were Naomi Kapka and Ayla Majutsu. I didn't know that was her last name. Drops of blood that had belonged to them have been found on the floor. The whereabouts of the remaining people were a mystery. After raiding the building, the police had failed to find them.
So different timelines is supported by the idea that the reason that they can't find these people is that they've just gone to a different timeline.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So everyone Sekimeia'd out, and 2 people were left dead.
Yeah.
Okay. It had been soon confirmed that more people should have been there. Counting everyone who'd scanned their right tickets to the entrance, the names of the people who hadn't evacuated were Katsuki Hakutoki, Shiroya Marana, Sai Yomiya, Akaru Asada, and Irina Majitsu. How the fuck was Katsuki still there? What had happened to them? It was impossible they had left the building during their 12 hours of imprisonment, as the whole structure had been observed from the outside since that morning. Police concluded that Ayla Majitsu, the second victim, had died many hours after 9.
No Kate, by the way.
Yeah, no Kate. Yeah. Yeah, they had very few clues as to what had occurred. Almost all the recorded footage had been erased, and what remained was useless. The belongings of the 2 victims contained nothing of importance, and neither did any place in the building. That only made things more confusing, because despite the belief of many citizens, nothing else had been stolen beyond the gemstones that had been found in the morning. Was the Sekimeiya still there? There was another reason why the investigation was majorly hindered. When the entrance opened, the authorities detected a gas present in the interior, especially prominent on the lowest floor. As a safety measure, they quickly locked the main access to the building to analyze what the substance was. After analysis, identifying the substance had been possible. Once that information propagated, the handling of the situation became much more delicate, as neither the gas nor its source had been recognized. This was the first public statement. 5 people who were trapped in Ashia Tower on the 15th are still to be found. The deaths of Naomi Kabka and Ayla Majutsu are being investigated. However, access to Ashia Tower is strictly prohibited as a potentially dangerous gas was found within it in high quantities. So this makes me think that like she's seeing one of the timelines that we already saw, right? Like this seems like one of the answers. How is she still seeing that? So there's multiple versions of the outside too? That makes sense. Okay. This is getting even more confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, we're
While
gonna go to
investigating
the
the motive,
chart.
yeah, while investigating the motive behind the attack is not the highest priority, aside from the gemstones found immediately after the authorities secured the situation, no other valuable items were found to be missing, indicating that theft may not have been the goal.
So this would be timeline 3, right? If there's no Kate, in theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the end of my story. Katsuki got ran over because all I do is overthink and went to Shiroya jail. I'll never know what happened in that cold winter night at Ashia Tower because as far as society knows, I'm just an overthinker. Jesus Christ.
I love this meme so much. Oh, David Cage. Shiroya couldn't see the walls of her apartment without feeling her heart shrinking. When she finally went back, she wondered what she was supposed to do. She had spoken to her parents over the phone, and she'd been forced to speak about Katsuki's death and everything the police had asked her. Even though she'd been released without being considered guilty or anything, she hadn't been able to answer any questions about the attack on the 15th. Lately, she'd had to talk a lot, but when she found herself at home, she didn't think she had the ability to produce a single sound. Wait, she's here.
They could have gone into the tower. Katsuki and Shiroya, the other ones, could have gone into the tower, and then he could have died and she could still be here if they were just still existing. So if that Katsuki was also a time traveler, then the two of them can exist outside of it while also those people went in with their same names, like the other versions of themselves.
Okay.
Because the question is, right, the question is like, how did Katsuki both die and go into the tower? How did she get arrested and go into the tower? And the answer is both of them are not from this timeline.
Yeah, and also the Katsuki that we just saw get hit by a car might have been the one that was from that tower that teleported out. Yeah. It's probably something like that. Yeah.
What do you mean I lost you? I don't know how to better explain it.
I'm curious how the police are like, hey, you're the ones that was trapped in here, and here you are outside. How did you get out? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? Lately, she had to talk a lot, but when she found herself at home, she didn't think she had the ability to produce a single sound, like a mouse. The pillows were still scattered in her living room. The last time she'd been there, she'd managed to feel hopeful, but that felt so distant that it was hard to believe decades hadn't passed. Shoya didn't know what the point of returning was. She had lost everything. It was the next day. She had slept and eaten. All right, good. We don't have to see it. But it couldn't be said that she'd done so for any particular reason.
Besides biological necessity.
Yep. The miserable way she felt, it was all too familiar to her, but the difference in potency was immense. Potency. That day, she became aware of something she hadn't been told yet. After turning on television, she learned about the current situation in Yushibana. Oh? It wasn't a secret that a large portion of the citizens was opposed to the presence Ashia built. Due to Ashia Tower, Ushibana had undergone a drastic change throughout the recent years.
I see. Welcome back, Hinamizawa.
Perhaps the old activities of what had once been called the Ashia family weren't as widely known, but what was a commonly shared fact was that when the tower had shifted into a personal exposition center, a new wave of people had taken over the town. That was the fundamental dispute in Yushibana. The older citizens, aware of the way Ashia had once been, were becoming outnumbered by the recent influx of people Ashia had brought, who supported the now corporation due to financial reasons and were ignorant of its roots.
After the 15th of December, the backlash Ashia had received had been enormous. Through their poor security measures, they'd let 2 people be killed, and they hadn't publicly responded well to the ordeal, blinded by their battle against Zin. Unlike previously, the protests were so strong and visible that the supportive part of Ushibana joined in as well. Everything Ashia had done to combat Zin was being revealed, so the older citizens took the chance to expose all they knew about Ashia's past, and rumors about the missing people and the unknown gas continued to circulate. I thought this was going to be like there was like a quarantine or whatever. That's why there were fewer people.
Yeah,
Not about
me too.
Ashia. Okay.
Yeah.
All Ashia kept saying was that they were still investigating what had happened, that they would find the missing people and expose those working as a part of Zen. Then the tower would quickly open again. However, everyone knew that nobody had entered that building since the 15th due to the unknown gas, so those statements were seen as a haphazard, lacking defense. Where were the remaining people? Why had they not been in the tower? One of them had died in a car accident, and another one had been unable to explain anything to the police. It didn't make sense. They should have been in the tower, late on the 15th. And what about the other 3? They hadn't been found anywhere.
Okay, so there are 2 of them existing. 2 of her, 2 of Katsuki.
Soon, Ashia went quiet. After days spent repeating themselves, it seemed they'd chosen to drop the subject entirely. The news had been covered all over the nation and had even reached overseas. When it was noticed that Ashia had stopped defending themselves from harsh criticism, it was assumed they concluded they were done for. And that was correct. The next time an executive of Ashia was seen, they were recorded exiting the tower, loading covered boxes onto a truck full of body parts. Later that day, from her apartment, Shiroya saw that scene being broadcast. So, is it true that you're abandoning the tower? It's been speculated you're selling it. Is that correct? What do you have to say about all the employees you left without a job? There was no reply from the Ashia member. The police haven't said anything else about the supposed gas that's inside. Is that not a concern anymore? On the video, the snow was starting to melt in the background. The reporter tried to get the man to answer again, but she couldn't get him to speak. Shora reached out to pet Maxi. In the corner, Umi's eyes seemed to have fixed on the screen, her dark fur camouflaged in the dim room. Oh, she has Katsuki's dog? Yeah.
And cat, yeah.
Yeah. The screen morphed into static, the audio going with it. As the signal was very poor, it was frequently interrupted. Staring at the television, Shorya felt traces of motion sickness. Was it due to the rapidly flashing screen? It almost didn't seem that way. Long ago, evolution had developed motion sickness.
Sorry.
What? When one's sight blurred, as they could have been poisoned, they would react by vomiting to expel the poison. Shorya wasn't sure if the static just made her feel that way, or if her entire life had been poisoned.
The Oxford English Dictionary defines motion sickness as...
Alone in her apartment, she didn't look away until the signal resolved. When it did, someone else was speaking about the same topic, but very far from the tower. Yeah, Ashia Tower was bought. We don't have the details yet, but it appears the building is not theirs anymore. They just finished taking out everything of worth inside, so she is quietly leaving their old property behind. And who bought it? Sai, who got the money to buy it by winning the lottery when he went back in time.
Oh,
Please. It became known that someone had offered to buy the tower from Ashia, and they had accepted due to their awful position. In the blink of an eye, Ashia, which had been seen as a source of power and wealth within Ushibana, had entirely vanished. Time to get the Sekimeiya out of the plumbing that they flushed down the toilet. Who had been the buyer, however? It didn't seem that that information was widely available. Despite what many people felt in regards to Ashia, a large portion of the citizens in Ushibana engaged in business with them, so the group falling to pieces brought hardship. Would the tower's new owner put the building to a similar use? If not, it was very likely someone else from Ushibana would, as there were a variety of shops and attractions related to the gemstones in the surrounding mountains. As long as those shops could still sell gems, at least a few of them would avoid disaster. But what would happen was soon revealed.
Do you want me to take over till break? We got 20 minutes.
Sure, go for it.
The news finally came out. The building that had been Ashia's for so many years would disappear. That began to shine a bit of light on the situation. The demolition of the tower was something one part of Ushibana had always wished for. A structure that clearly didn't belong with the others, the one they'd all seen rapidly increasing in height throughout the years. Why had it been purchased just to be demolished? Had it been to follow that old unattainable demand that Ashia disappear? Did they hope the rumors still tied with that building would vanish so that something entirely new could be built? There was only speculation on those topics throughout Ishibana and nothing more. Weeks had passed, but any answers remained staunchly concealed. However, a date had already been appointed. On October 4th, the building would be destroyed. It was a tall and wide structure, so demolishing it wasn't simple. As no buildings were directly next to it, though, there was little danger to any of the surroundings. At some point, the unanswered question had almost faded. Who had caused the incident on the 15th of December? Who had killed the 2 victims? Where were the remaining people? Given the blood that had been found, the worst had been assumed by all. After so long, there was a reason why Shiroya and her cat had their heads out the window. It was October 4th, and the sight they were beholding would no longer exist the following day. In the distance, the building stretching past the others was soon to fall. It could have been dangerous to get close to it, so many people were also watching from within their houses. Some of them were about to have a familiar view returned to them. Others, like Shiroya, could hardly imagine what a Yushibana without Ashiya Tower would be like.
It's been almost a year at this point, right?
It has been almost a year, and presumably she still didn't get a job.
Yep.
At 12, the demolition would begin. There'd been no correspondence from Ashiya in months. The facts behind the unknown gas and the deaths within the tower were still shrouded in darkness. The interior of the building had been investigated a few times after the 15th, but nothing useful had been figured out. Ashiya had removed everything of value, so after it was verified by the new owner, the demolition seemed to pose no risk aside from the dust it would scatter across the hill behind the tower. A minute before the appointed time, many pairs of eyes looked on from behind windows all over town. With a faint, deep sound, the building had abruptly fallen. In a second, a huge brown cloud of dust was all that Shiroya could see on the other side of Yushibana. It didn't seem like it had reached any of the nearest houses. Instead of waiting for it to dissipate, Shiroya shut the window and walked out of her bedroom. Cleaning up the debris would be a long process, and while there was no news about what would happen afterward, the procedure would start a week from that day. Shiroya returned in the afternoon. She'd gotten used to having the television on while she was at home. She'd never done that prior to everything that had happened to her, but it brought her some small form of solace to have any noise at all in her barren set of rooms. She'd set the volume low because the sporadic static would be hard on her ears otherwise. The bright screen projected light onto the ceiling. When the color drastically changed, Shiroya lifted her head. She raised her entire body next. On the screen was a man speaking into a microphone. She grabbed the remote and increased the volume, staring at the text beneath him. She had to read it a few times to comprehend it. The last 3 people who were... Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The last 3 people who were trapped in Ashiya Tower found dead.
In the corner of the screen was an image of the piled debris. Shiroya focused her hearing and began to process the deep voice of the reporter. And they started to be removed. Sorry, this is you again. It's just funny.
When they started to be removed, the first body was found. It was that of Akaro Asada.
A video began to play in the background. It showed people removing the debris and a pixelated red blob in the middle.
Ooh, another one was quickly found afterward, belonging to Sai Yomiya. What? Finally, when almost all the debris had been removed, Arina Majutsu's body was found. 3 bodies were heavily crushed, and it's believed some parts of them weren't found.
Shiroya listened in disbelief. She'd always known that when she touched the Sekimeiya, Katsuki, Arina Sai, and Akaro had been in the lobby. Katsuki had died in a car accident, but the others had all disappeared. A long time ago, Shiroya had concluded that Katsuki must have traveled through time after her. But this... what kind of sense did it make? The censoring prevented her from confirming the bodies' faces, but given their descriptions, it didn't seem like that would have been possible regardless.
As of now, what happened is unknown. While the bodies were severely smashed, they were not fully decomposed. It has been determined that they died the day of the demolition? However, the possibility of the demolition itself causing their deaths has been thoroughly refuted. It was only properly verified that nobody was in the building before the impact, and that's not the only reason. The 3 bodies were well below all the rubble. If the building had really fallen on them, their condition would be even worse. Strangely, some of the body parts that were recovered are practically intact, despite the state of most others. Okay, so this feels like breaking the building broke the cat box, right? Like it's like they were in some sort of suspended state in there. Oh man, what?
Do you think the
Oh,
three of them
shit.
teleported into the future and let it be blown up seconds after they arrived? That would be unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe. Oh. There was no dust discovered on the bodies, neither inside their clothes nor in their mouths. For this reason, the situation is being handled very carefully, as the truth behind it might be appalling.
Rodney, if you weren't a mod, I would time you out for that immediately. Just so you know.
Whoa. It has been considered that the bodies were disposed of within the rubble following the demolition, since they couldn't have been directly hit by it. However, given how deep they were and the absence of blood around them, that was immediately discarded as well. Even though the abundance of the unidentified old gases disappeared, around the three bodies was where the last remaining traces were found. Oh, this is an extremely delicate case that has carried unsolved questions with it all year. Now that everyone who was trapped in the building has been found, the authorities will do all they can to figure out what happened on that day. Is the gas like kind of like some sort of fog that obscures like the time continuum, whatever, but if you're in the fog you don't see it? Like it's like you're in this like kind of like things haven't resolved yet, so the fog is representing that from the outside looking in, but inside of it like it's normal to them in some way, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm crashing out. Oh.
Lock in, Shuri City. Gotta get through. Gotta get out of Shuri City.
Yeah,
Gotta get out of Shuri City.
gotta do it. Okay, all right.
Oh,
okay.
oh.
All right. Oh my gosh.
Shuri. Okay, go, quick.
Shiroya turned off the television. After months of dwelling on the incident, the reporter's words released her. It was over. The remaining hope she'd been carrying was gone. She wouldn't see the people she'd been with that day again, and she wouldn't learn what had happened to them. Over time, she'd come to accept that the time when the three had reunited had been but a second farewell. Shiroya stepped out of her apartment one more time to visit the snowless world. The sky above her didn't feel the same as it once had, but it was still there. She had somewhere to go. Earlier that day, she tried to walk there and stopped halfway. Surrounded by green, she inhaled a familiar aroma. She wanted to know if an offer she'd received long ago was still valid. Finally hoping for something, she wished it wasn't too late. And as she saw the last person who remained from her old life, she learned that she hadn't waited too long. It wouldn't make her happy. And it would probably not make her less lonely.
Not the job, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. But the fact that she wanted it regardless was enough to know that she had to do it. The next day, she had a reason to get up and fondly remembered the last time she'd awoken in high spirits. The three gruesome bodies beneath the rubble. That mystery was nowhere close to being solved. The bad ending is Shiroya gets a job? There had been no new information from Ashia. They had vanished completely, and with them, the route to any remaining answers. The plain terrain where the tower had once been. After years of the building's increasing height, nothing else would rise there. It didn't take long for that place to become a thing of the past. And for that inexplicable day to be merely a memory. Once years had gone by, Shiroya's surroundings were different. She wasn't far from Yushibana, but she didn't live there anymore. Every time she looked at both animals still at her side, she remembered the person who'd always been with her. He was someone she'd never forget, and someone who didn't exist anymore. Holding a packed green folder, she laughed along with someone who'd never stepped into her hometown. She explained the events of one particular December 15th as if they'd happened long, long ago. Leaving out crucial details, she maintained a natural voice as she thought back on that egg-shaped stone. Was she the last person who remembered its powers? She really was the same person who'd once stepped into that tower, and the only survivor of that day.
And that person ripped off their Mission Impossible mask and said, "You dumbass!"
It was Sai! Ah, it was me the whole time!
Okay, this was weird. Kind of digging it though, but that was weird. I feel like we just got a lot of information.
We just got so much fucking information. Now back to the good
Yep.
part. Get out. No. Forsaken
Forsaken Relay.
Whoa. Oh. I'm gonna need to process this. I'm gonna.
Sun's up.
Okay.
All right. Should we take break before we go?
We could take break a little bit early. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right. Did I miss anything? No, we're good. Okay. Lock in, lock out. Hands up, no hands down. Okay. So we're gonna come back in like 10 minutes. And we don't have nice music this time, which is unfortunate. But we'll be back. I'm gonna make myself a tea with caffeine in it to make it. We're gonna make it.
If we hit the button, will we have music?
Ding. No, I don't know why I was expecting a jump scare there. I thought I was just gonna flash some kind of horror across my stream.
I've been expecting that a couple times in the story.
It was
actually.
A bit spooky.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna make some tea, and we'll be back to Shiroya City. I'm gonna run ads while I'm gone to turn off pre-rolls for the people late joining Sekimeiya, I guess. So be right back.
I will make a tea too.
Okay. I can turn on some of my music while we're gone. How about that? Turn on a little vibe music. I have it on this screen. Let's see. There we go. All right, be right back. Hello, we're back.
Oh, hello.
You couldn't. What? You couldn't hear the break music. I'm sorry. All right. All right. Thank you for Terraflop for gifting out 5 subs while I was gone. To Lasogi, Never Lucky, Spribbus, Ace Vector, and OK Bailey. Thank you for that. And thank you, Terraflop, for resubbing as well. Nice to see you here. You enjoyed the mini countdown? Yeah, I pressed unmute on my mic too early. You missed that bit of humor, Joe. Doing 2 things at once at this point in time is just way too much for me. Back to cinema? Yeah, okay. Do we have any thoughts before we return to Shiroya City?
I don't really know what just happened. Again, like a lot of information was just given to us. I don't really understand. I would like to understand. I don't think it's like wrong or anything like that. It's just like unexpected. I feel like there's a lot more going on outside the building now than I realized. I thought that time would be like more frozen outside the building, but now I feel like there's gonna be different timelines to that's going on outside as well that we need to keep track of, not just inside. What do you think the bodies came from? Do you think that when they blew up the building, they collapsed some causality thing and killed them, or do you think
Yeah, I don't know. So the thing is, the fact that it was almost a year in the future does suggest that the Sekimeiya can send them something can send them forward in time somehow.
Yeah,
is my main takeaway. Also, my thought over break was it was possible that the last scene in chapter 1 was from the timeline 3 without Kate the whole time. Because it seemed like what she was seeing was the conclusion of timeline 1, but they did mention Kate in the final scene in chapter 1, so that is not the case. So it seems like it's possible that timeline 1 and timeline 3 ended similarly, maybe.
Yeah,
not sure, because timeline 1 would have had Naomi and Isla's bodies in it. So I'm not sure what's going on. Like I'm no longer certain of which timeline is which, or like who is from which. Like I feel really confused by it.
Oh, you know what else though? Like because of the gas, when they open the building up, right? And they see the gas, do they just seal it again to keep it? So when they're trapped in there for a month, is it really that they just weren't there when the building opened and they're just trapped continually because they don't have a way out?
Yeah, it's possible they just went forward. Yeah, if they can go. Yeah, someone in chat said something would have to send them forward if Isla went to the recording time. That's true too. Yeah. Well, it would if the theories that we have about what happened there are correct. So it's looking like that people can go forward in time. Which fucks everything up. Fucks everything.
Yep.
Fucks everything. Yep. Everything is fucked. The timeline is fucked. I hope timeline 1 and 3 are literally just like the exact same. Yeah, except Kite isn't there. Just pretty funny. Okay. Shall we check on?
I think we should, yeah.
Yeah. In timeline 3, Kite is off screen in his chair. Oh, for a full year? That makes sense. Okay. Although, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
It's the Dr. House moment. Okay.
Counting everyone who'd scanned their tickets in the entrance. Kite didn't have a ticket. And so if Kite wasn't supposed to be there that day, he wouldn't be listed in the people in the by August, enjoy your airplane ride. He wouldn't be listed in this list.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah.
All
Super
right.
true.
Okay. All right. So it probably is timeline 1. Okay. All right. Here we go. I would change the past. I had a way to save Mia, Katsuki, Ayla, Kite, Naomi, Irina, not Sai, because fuck him. I had traveled from the 15th to change the past alone, and even though I hadn't been aware of what would happen, I had considered the outcome with my other self. Looking at the small town had finally brought me to lean toward an option. I decided to do my best to change the past, as the possible consequences didn't outweigh what good could be achieved. But the tower I could see far in the distance, I still couldn't go there. The day I'd enter that building again would likely be the last day of my normal life, and even though I'd decided, the thoughts could still freeze me in place. And one of the days I had to persist, but that couldn't happen. My life in Yushibana was likely soon to end, and I could choose the length of that last stretch. If I saved Mia, I wouldn't show myself to her, Katsuki, and the other me, even though I didn't know yet what I would do. So the issue to solve was the possibility of a knowledgeable enemy who could change the past on their own and steal the Sekimeiya before the 15th. I couldn't do much to combat that aside from rushing in, which I found far too risky. So I settled on another course of action and accepted that I would take it. Thursday was 2 days away. Every Thursday morning, an event would be held in the tower. That was the day I chose to step inside the building for the second time and find the Sekimeiya that was surely confined inside. I tried to breathe properly. If I wasn't beaten to it, I only had one more day that I'd chosen to give myself, hopelessly refusing to let them end so soon. And the very next one, I'd go to the tower in the morning and think about the best way to act. Then I'd put that into effect the very night. What would the event be? I knew Katsuki had read the upcoming ones and said that only one seemed interesting in late January. There, people would probably ask about the Sekimeiya. It might even be held in the event room. We'd bought entrance tickets for the 15th many days prior, but when we'd waited in the lobby, I'd heard people trying to buy them at the reception desk. They'd all been sold out, but if you could buy the tickets directly there, it was probably common to do so on the day of less important events. And if there are none left, I'll just pay for a normal visit. Joining whatever special event will happen isn't essential. Now to meticulously describe the next 3 days until then. I had to stop staring ahead. The strong wind kept whipping snow into my face, and prickling pains chipped at the corners of my eyes. Scanning the ground, I took the path that circled Yushibana. The way wasn't perfectly even, and traversing the dense snow was difficult. I had to take the next path leading down, but I couldn't easily see it in the distance due to its identical color. My stomach was demanding food. Again? And the cold was becoming too prominent to bear. Protecting my head with my hood, I advanced steadily, knowing where I was headed for once. I was close to home. Even though I was going slow, I knew there wasn't much difference between both trails down. I'd been glancing up here and there, but it was hard to recognize the narrow entrance to Yushibana I was going toward. At last, I saw the absence of brown at my right. As I thought, it extended all the way down, leading to a dirt road close to my home. I stepped down the steep path, careful not to trip. Slowly, I descended until there was concrete below the snow and composed myself. The wind was noticeably weaker closer to the ground, so I raised my head again. The narrow path soon became a sidewalk where a couple of cars were parked. Like I'd seen from above, nobody seemed to be on the outskirts. I was less than 2 minutes away from home. My apartment was 1 block farther, but I had to walk a bit. Is someone behind me again? I could see the metallic staircase far ahead, but I debated whether to stop. No, yesterday that didn't work. They'll just run away. Should I pass by my apartment? What if they want to know where I live? I started to feel a little nervous. Had I actually felt someone behind me once more, or was it paranoia? I just needed to go home. I looked by my feet. I could circle this block, and if new footsteps are here when I'm back, I'll know I'm not making anything up. I didn't change my pace, but I avoided even looking at my apartment. I just made a very important decision, but I felt indecisive again. Even if I can confirm that I'm right, what would I do? Ignore it? I'd have to go home anyway. Up ahead, the only way to see my back would be from directly behind me. If I suddenly turn around at the end and someone is watching me, I should see them as well. I bit my lip and kept walking. I couldn't make any motions that indicated I thought someone was behind me or they'd be able to escape again. If someone was there, I just needed to know who it was. I managed to feel a bit of sweat forming on my palms despite the overwhelming cold. Depending on who it was, I might have had to act sooner than I expected. What if it's Katsuki? Like the one who got run over by the car. What if he is just following her around?
Is. Yeah.
He's just
He's
spying
having
on
the
her.
same internal monologue about, I should go and talk to her. I need to make a decision. What if I go? What if I change this thing? It just, yeah.
Chapter 4, Shiroya City again, but from Katsuki's perspective.
Oh my god. Please don't joke.
Speedrun rage quitting a visual novel, any percentage. I had passed my apartment. If someone was really looking at me, would the curtain of snow conceal them? If they turned fast enough, identifying them would likely be impossible. Sai City when indeed. I was close to the end of the street where it curved into another one. If someone was watching me from behind at that moment, they had to be an eye shot going, damn. But I instinctively turned around before I'd press. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm getting bored. A sudden sound had broken the silence far behind me, and as I'd feared, the falling snow was blurring the image. Frowning, I sprinted back the way I'd come toward a blue smudge way ahead. Is that... It immediately became visible. It was a police officer. But that wasn't all, so I didn't stop. Before getting there, I understood what had happened. Next to the officer was a police car, and they'd just closed the back door after making someone else get in.
Oh, what's wrong?
I panted breathlessly, my hands on my knees. A sudden dizziness invaded me, almost causing me to fall.
Are you okay?
I nodded and slowly looked up. Instead of responding, I stared at the window of the car. The glass was tinted, so I couldn't see the interior of the vehicle. Sorry, did you just arrest someone?
Yes. What's the matter?
I was feeling like someone was following me just now. Could it have been this person? The man frowned and took out a tiny scrapbook.
What's your name?
Mine? It's Shiroya Murana. You don't... He looked at me and silently wrote on the paper. Then he suddenly smiled, completely shifting his expression.
I see. You can stop worrying then. If you think you were being followed, there's nothing to be afraid of.
What? Can you let me see their face? He looked at the black window.
No, I'm not allowed to do that. What?
What about their name or the reason for arresting them?
You can stop worrying. Believe me, right now I'm not allowed to tell you any of that, but just wait for when it's made public.
I tried to produce some way of coercing him into telling me more, but I couldn't come up with anything.
I have to hurry. Don't hesitate to contact us if you feel you're being followed again, but I don't think you'll have any more problems.
Okay. The man nodded with a sympathetic smile and opened the door to the driver's side, quickly shutting it again. Then the car began to move and soon disappeared toward the direction I'd just run from. I hate writing conceits like that. I hate them. I looked by my feet. The tire marks came from far away, and next to them was a group of footprints.
Who do you think is like slamming on the windows right now, being like, Shiroya, it's me! Who do you think is inside?
It's gotta be Katsuki. These are mine. I looked at the ground earlier specifically for this, and these were definitely not here before. They're the policeman's, though. I kept looking down, trying to find a third pair of footprints. There had to be a third pair right there, but I suddenly remembered the strange smile the officer had. Something felt odd about him. Thank you, Kerr7, for subbing. Nice to see you. Wait, these. After taking a few steps forward, I noticed the trail of footprints coming from the same direction as the tire tracks. It must be these, since they end where the car was. They also resemble the ones I saw yesterday. I kept following them in reverse, hoping they would lead somewhere. However, I immediately realized that wouldn't work. The more I walked, the more the footprints faded due to the falling snow. Soon I could hardly even make out their shape. I was right. I stopped myself, stress and relief pulling me from both sides. The person who was following me was arrested. Maybe I was right that they were someone else who traveled from the 15th. Depending on what happened, just that alone could have led to their arrest. What mattered was that someone who potentially wanted to steal the Sekimeiya was out of the picture. Being able to feel a little calmer in that regard was immensely beneficial. And he said that their identity would be made public. When's that going to be, though? Assuming everything up until the 15th repeats itself, it won't be before that day, right? Otherwise, someone who went to the tower would have known a future self of theirs had been arrested. I didn't know what to think, but it seemed someone had really identified me and been following me. Added to their arrest, assuming that they'd traveled from the future seemed the most likely scenario. I turned around. My apartment was right there. I could barely keep myself standing anymore. I approached the staircase while I grabbed the keys and staggered my way to the front door. I lightly shook off the snow on me and turned the key clockwise. How long had the heater been on? The change in temperature was more drastic than it had ever been. I hurriedly closed the door and left my coat and boots behind. I wanted to drop to the floor, but I managed to make it to the kitchen. I knew I still had the instant noodles I'd bought, so I grabbed the bowl I'd used last time, then washed and filled a pot. Once the water began to boil, I dropped the noodles in and watched them slowly spread out. It would take 3 minutes to cook. Meanwhile, I sipped water and tried to compose myself. I hadn't been able to eat in the tower, and I'd kept going for hours and hours there. The cold outside in wintertime Yushibana was a real problem for me. I kept underestimating the importance of a reasonable surrounding temperature. Someone following me had only thrown me further into disarray. I couldn't put into words why I'd felt again that they'd been watching me, but it was possible their goal had really been to learn where I lived. I was far beyond the point of assuming they only wanted to confirm who I was. I removed most of the water from I removed most of the...
It's okay. It's all right. We'll get through it. We're getting through it. Let me know when you want to take over. It's okay.
Most of the water from the pot and dropped the noodles in the bowl, garnishing it as I had before. The meal looked pretty ordinary, but I eagerly brought it to the living room. I ate some. They were hot and a bit stiff, but I kept going. I eventually slowed down. Curiously, I took out the phone from my purse and looked at the time. 4 o'clock already. I was outside for so many hours. The person who was just arrested, could they have been from Zin? If so, that's a new occurrence because we were told that no members had been caught yet. Were they someone I'd been with in the tower? It was frustrating that I hadn't been able to see their face. I figured that there was no point in getting hung up on it, so I kept eating as I thought back on what was most important. Godot says, well, I'm having fun? Okay. It'll be Thursday in just 2 days. I'm giving myself tomorrow to enjoy, but I'm not sure that's what I want anymore. I'll probably just be nervous all day. On Thursday morning, finding the Sekimeiya and checking the door in the storeroom shouldn't take too long. After that, there are more important matters. I'll change the past drastically for the first time by going to Katsuki's house and taking the tickets we bought. Later, I can go to Isla's house and either attempt to talk with whoever her friend really is, or try to prevent them from going on the 15th in the same way. That could be really important, because if I get caught by the police, or I'm not able to find the Sekimeiya, at least I'll guarantee that the 4 of us don't go to the event. I'm not too sure what would happen then. It's pretty likely the 2 initial groups to get trapped would merely consist of different people, but I can't do anything about that. I'd entirely cleaned out the bowl, so I brought it to the kitchen and picked up a pair of cereal bars. Then I had a thought I hadn't fully considered before. Could this be a bad idea?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh,
You can read now, for no reason.
oh. Assuming I'm not able to find the Sekimeiya in the tower, should I really try to prevent any of us from going there? That might screw it all up. Right now, the 15th is the failsafe in case I can't find the Sekimeiya beforehand. If I let everything repeat, I'll be able to touch it again on that day. Hell, I could see where the recorder even came from, or even stay there for a month, depending on whether it's real or not. But if Katsuki, Isla, Arena, and I don't go to the event, it will all be considerably different. What if something causes the attack to fail? What if Kate and Ashiya are able to unlock the exit this time? That would get rid of the only guaranteed time where getting the Sekimeiya again will be possible. So if I don't find it anywhere on Thursday, maybe waiting until the 15th is the best call. I discarded that idea at the start of all this for a reason. If I let the incident happen like it once did, where really is the proof that the past can change, it would mean that the version of myself Katsuki saw really was just me in the future. But that's not the case anymore. This is what I hadn't considered yet. If I don't change anything else until the 15th and everything actually repeats, I won't have to enter the tower again.
Now I know something very important. At close to 1600, a very long travel took place, and it reached through the walls of the tower.
I'm sorry, I have to address something in the chat. August said nice Sonic reference in the title. By the way, it is in no way, a Sonic reference in any shape or form.
What is the Sonic reference?
I don't know because I don't play Sonic games or know anything about Sonic. I just did escape rooms earlier, so an escape simulator, and I want to get the fuck out of Shiroya City, so I called it Escape from Shiroya City. It's not a purposeful Sonic reference. Okay, anyway. Jeez.
The reference is in the intent, for sure. For sure.
Go ahead.
Could I place myself in that range, or would I be arrested? Even though everyone close to the building will know that someone with my name is inside, would they recognize my face? All I'd have to do would be spot Vaisude and get very close to him at 4 o'clock. That would make me travel to the 24th of November. That would be the best possible outcome. I'd make it far enough to be the first person to find the Sekimeiya in the mountains, stop all of this at the source, and save everyone. Exploring what to do those days seemed like a foolish dream, but I thought about it for a bit. I've been living in my apartment on the 24th, so if I actually wanted to go that far back, I'd have to seriously plan it. Oh, we did we talk about that theory that I had?
What's that?
That really we're already in a realm of change. That's why they find the Sekimeiya in the mountains. Is that one of them died when they were kids, and then they took the Sekimeiya back to the mountains to go back in time to where they used to play to save them, and that's why they find the Sekimeiya in the snow.
Oh god.
Is because they took it there and used it like big time to go way further back.
But the Sekimeiya doesn't go with them, right?
No, it doesn't go back with them. So they get it out, they use it in the mountains, and then when they go back to change things, that's why the Sekimeiya falls in the snow and someone finds it. Like and they go there.
Oh.
Yeah. I have no expectation at all at any point in the story that they're gonna say where the Sekimeiya came from, other than maybe like a meteorite fell from the sky or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like there's no way.
Oh yeah, the biggest bootstrap paradox of all.
Yep.
My god.
It sounded great in concept, but I couldn't help but think it was an impossible avenue. How would I get close to Vaisude without getting arrested? I could call him again to more accurately determine the time he traveled, but it was unlikely it would be that precise. I still had no idea why we found 2 Naomis, but I hated the idea of letting that repeat, even if I'd been letting it happen again so I could stop it later. In addition, even though it seemed like a given, I couldn't assume that large travel would still happen. I didn't think Vaisude had lied, but I'd somewhat changed history when I called my mom, and I didn't know what extra changes that implied. Furthermore, I had no idea if someone else would change the past differently. The butterfly effect could have easily prevented the 4 o'clock travel from happening.
Butterfly effect mentioned. Take a shot. Take a shot.
Take a shot, take a shot, take a shot.
Take a shot.
If that was the case, would the Vaisude I had spoken to exist in the world I was in? While I couldn't answer that, I was inclined to think that he would, and that his travel would merely not repeat due to the change.
Please skip to Thursday. Please, for the love of God, skip to Thursday. Please skip to Thursday. Please skip to
I went and had a shower before bed. I felt like it would relax me. I opened my eyes after a while. I saw the familiar ceiling I'd been staring at before, but the illumination had slightly changed. Turning to the window, I noticed the sun was setting. I had been going to sleep very early, so I was pretty tired. However, there was something I had to do that I didn't want to leave for the next day. I'd be yawning and stretching on the floor, but I felt I had a bit of time before going to bed. Since doing it on Thursday might have been a bad idea, I stood up and went to the entrance. The sky had gotten a lot darker, and the icy air almost changed my mind. I quickly put my coat and boots back on, checked that everything was in my purse, and stepped out after turning off the lights.
Go to the hospital and smother yourself with a pillow.
Mia would do that just to see what would happen.
Mia would do that. Mia would do that.
So is she gonna go see Isla? Is she gonna go see Katsuki? Or is she gonna go to the hospital? Or other?
I think
What's
Isla.
your bets now?
I think Isla.
Isla? Okay. I think Katsuki. Snow was still falling, but it was much lighter, like in the morning. I wondered whether to turn back to grab an umbrella, but I didn't intend to be out for too long. but it didn't seem like the snow was picking up at all. I have never in my life seen someone use an umbrella for snow. Is that something people do?
Nope. I also was confused by Dark Coffee guy suggesting that.
Yeah. I went down the stairs and began to walk. I looked at the ground, where neither the tire tracks nor the footprints were visible anymore. It was remarkable how different the periphery was compared to the center of the town. After some minutes, I'd only seen a handful of people quietly wandering with an umbrella, but many lit windows all around gave away the presence of life. I reached the lonely crosswalk leading to Ramon and saw the wide street ahead, illuminated by many faint streetlights. Home to many stores, it looked like an entrance to a different town, its wet stone occupied with passersby. It's late, but I think it should be open. I continued up the path, waiting for my destination to come into sight. While I never entered it, I recalled seeing it open at that hour.
Is she about to go get a fucking job?
It should be that. Ahead, and still in Ramon, was what looked like a blue storefront with white letters above it. It read, Ishimaru. She's going to the club. I stood in front of its door. The interior was lit, and a woman was sitting behind a transparent wall. Nonetheless, I felt a bit reluctant to step in. There was something about the situation that felt too surreal. I couldn't feel bad about myself, though, because what I was doing was a necessary step.
No!
No! I pulled the door open and entered the small space, protected from the cold once more. The woman smiled warmly at me as I approached. Good afternoon. You'd like to try your luck?
Yeah.
Perfect. Have you come here before? I don't think you have.
No, I have. I came a while ago, but I'd forgotten to check if I'd won anything until now.
Ah, I see. What would you like then? Thought about how to phrase the few questions I had for no reason at all. What were the numbers? The number I had sorry, go for it.
The number I had was for December 1st, I believe. I wonder, by the way, how long would it be valid for?
Oh, it's still valid. Don't worry. They last a whole year. Anyway, December 1st, let me see. I hadn't been sure what day to say, but I hadn't wanted to ask for the previous days. If I went back to November, I'd changed the past in a considerable way. Then the butterfly effect could affect what I was doing. I knew each digit of the winning lottery number was manually drawn every time, so if I changed the past and made it back to the same day, it was entirely possible the latest winning number would differ. A mere millisecond difference could result in a different draw. I chose December 1st because it was the next day after Mia's death, and I didn't know how far back I ended up being able to go. Okay, yet you think that's right, but yet you think that the phone call that you did, it's just, that's fine. That's not going to cause a big enough change. So you understand that, but okay, all right, whatever. I'm mad. Do you know how many fights I had with Steins Gate fans after I had to explain to them that, that the sex of a baby is determined upon conception, and that like a whole person being a whole entirely different person is like a huge, gigantic change that's going to propagate out like over fucking aeons. Like you have no idea. Oh my god.
Streamer, you managed to dodge the Uma Musume pitfall, but now you're depicting the lottery. This is clearly the Ottery, actually.
It's the Ottery. After looking at a computer screen for a few seconds, the woman voiced the number. December 1st. I'm assuming you bought a standard Lotus 6 combination, correct?
Yep.
On December 1st, the number drawn was 30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26. This is suspiciously dates, and the bonus number was 24.
I don't think that was it. It would have been great to win on the first attempt.
Do you have the ticket? You might have won one of the secondary prizes if any of the last numbers coincide.
I didn't bring it, no. I'm sure none match, though.
See, that's unfortunate. You want to try again?
Maybe. I have a couple of questions, though. I've always been curious about this. Would I be able to ask for a specific number that I want?
Yes, that's possible. We tend to sell packs of 5 different combinations, but you can also choose the numbers you want if that's what you prefer.
All right. How much would I have won if all the digits matched?
Let me see. The main prize money of December 1st was 917,999,011 yen. It's even higher now. Nobody's won the jackpot in a while. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure what I'd do with so much money.
Some people say it's unlucky to win that much. It has ruined people's lives. I've heard
That's
this too,
true.
actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the few interesting Reddit posts that I read like years and years and years ago was that if you ever win the lottery, don't fucking tell anyone. That's the first thing you should do. Just don't tell fucking anyone at all.
Yeah, there's a really good, like really famous Reddit comment that tells you what to do. And it's like, don't even bother hiring a financial manager because it's just a waste of money. Like you should distribute the money this way, like put X amount into this kind of trust. And like, and once you do all of that, like you keep like this much for yourself, and then you can live on the interest on that principal for the rest of your life. And then you have fun money to burn. And it's a really good, I know exactly the comment you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Really good post.
30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24. 30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24.
Yeah, I would be very overwhelmed. I don't remember. How much does buying a number cost?
It's just 200 yen.
I see. Is it possible to buy a number that will be played the same day you buy it?
Yes, but only before 5 o'clock. You don't have to worry about this today, since the next low of 6 will be held on the 5th, this Thursday.
I understand. I think I'll come back then. I'd like to think about the number I want.
That's perfectly fine. I hope you're right on the mark.
Me too. I'm sorry for having so many questions, but if I won, would my identity have to be revealed?
Oh no, Japanese law doesn't enforce that.
And how long would I have to wait to receive the money?
No more than 2 weeks. You'd be able to choose whether to receive the full amount at once or monthly. You wouldn't have to worry about taxes either.
Thank you. I was always curious about this.
I'm glad I could help. I'll see you next time. I bowed and walked out. I began to walk down the street, repeating the numbers mentally. While writing them down was a good idea, I had to ensure I could memorize them because it was likely any written note would disappear if I traveled far to the past again, just like the knife had. Probably just get in big trouble. Within 2 weeks, I'd receive the money in my bank account, so I'd probably have to take out the money before the other me notices what happened.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, hold on. She knows the other her is stupid too and won't check like the transaction history. Okay, well for that I'd have to duplicate my bank card or try to take it out of the other me's purse.
Why doesn't she just open a new account?
What would I do if I saw that so much money was added immediately taken from my account? If it was investigated, security cameras would probably see me in the bank. Maybe not taking everything would be a good idea. If I leave a part for the other me, would she keep quiet? I'm not sure what I would do myself in that situation, honestly. I could hardly take those thoughts seriously. Had I really assumed that I'd try to go live far away all by myself? She also said that she'd never seen me there before. I suppose that means that there currently is no me who bought that number after going to the past. Of course, that will only happen when history is greatly altered, so it isn't the case yet. 30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24.
You would go hard running a number station, I gotta say.
Think so? What do you mean?
Millions of people would tune in to listen to you read numbers.
Just numbers over and over again?
Why are you wasting all of your time on video essays and streaming? You could just read numbers.
Read numbers and laugh. That's all what people will want from me. That's it. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, especially if you were counting them down. Sorry, go ahead.
That's a little unsure. Would the numbers stay the same if I change the past even a little bit? On December 1st, I will already have changed the past. However, I guess that if I travel 2 days before the 30th, I'll be able to obtain the Sekimeiya myself and redo this in a way so that the past only changes when I buy the number. I guess the past wouldn't even have to change in that instance. Buying the ticket wouldn't contradict any previous experiences.
Except you checked your transaction history on your phone, but whatever.
Yeah. A bit of snow was still falling, but it was hard to see it without looking at the streetlights. Yawning as I went, I walked back over my own steps until I arrived at my apartment. I stepped in, leaving my coat and boots behind as usual. I thought of trying to eat something else, but I was too tired to bother, and nothing I had was appetizing anyway. Changed into the same nightwear and turned off the light in the entrance. Oh, music stopped. I took a piece of paper and pen out of the drawer, just in case I wrote down the winning combination. After that, I straightened up my blankets and buried myself underneath them, leaving my phone by the side of the bed. Mom hasn't tried to call me again. I wonder what happened with that. Once again, I found myself comfortably lying on my soft mattress, while another version of myself was suffering in the hospital. I more so felt bad for the me I was, who only had two last opportunities to appreciate the touch of that old bed. What was it? Felt my head hurt a bit, but I tried to recall the winning combination before looking at the side table. 30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24, 23, 22, 21. I'm pretty sure that was it.
You need a long ramp up if you're starting at 23. Good God.
hmm I felt like I'd only slept for the blink of an eye, as I vividly remember the thoughts I'd had in the evening. I looked up, still covering my eyes with the bed sheets. Shuffled the blankets aside. I'd gotten too used to the feeling of waking up to a warm room. It was almost more pleasant than being covered in softness. Didn't want to spend a long time in bed, so I pushed myself to get up. I raised the blinds, filling the bedroom with light. Behind the glass was the still image of a white Yushibana with the sun already up. The snow had ceased during the night, and a bit of fog was all that remained, especially prominent in the distant mountains. It was a beautiful and peaceful thing to see, but I felt some deep strain as well. My phone showed 9:57. I had no plans for the day, but it was a very special one. Like usual, I stepped to the bathroom and rubbed my eyes. I still had 2 cereal bars left. I tossed the wrappers in the trash and started to eat them as I tiredly stretched my arms. I'd been nervously pacing as I ate them and stopped myself as soon as I realized it. I didn't have anything to do, and repeatedly going over the same thoughts was only stressful. I decided to spend my final free day in as relaxing of a manner as I could manage, but I couldn't let myself keep worrying about losing precious time. I went back to my bedroom and looked at the wardrobe to pick something to change into. I stared at what I had. I've been selecting random clothes for the past few days, but I found myself thinking a little harder about it. I had a blue hoodie that I really liked in mind, but I couldn't find it, so I ended up grabbing a long sleeve orange shirt instead.
Fascinating.
Orange.
Fascinating.
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 My laundry basket was nearly full. The previous day's clothes were... I didn't put the dryer up. But the previous day's clothes were there, and it had been a while since I'd washed them. Doing the laundry most certainly didn't matter anymore, but I dragged the basket to the kitchen nonetheless. The washing machine was there next to another basket, which was close to full. I tended to prioritize washing what I left in my bedroom, but I still had the blue hoodie in mind, so I rifled through both piles. Ugh. Wasn't able to find it with a cursory inspection, but I didn't want to empty both baskets just for that, so I began to fill the washer.
I'm slumped so far down in my chair right now, and I am not sitting up, so sorry for the audio quality on me.
I'm so interested. Don't worry. I'll lock in for both of us. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. The machine wasn't too spacious, so I could only pick out part of the basket. Once I filled it with the top half, I pushed the round door shut and poured in a bit of laundry detergent. I have an irrational hatred for front-loading washing machines. I think they're just unnecessarily dangerous. Like, why would you make it so water could like leak out of the side of the thing instead of like having it like be top-loaded, and if it fails, at least there's like there's no way the water can get out the door. You know what I mean? Like, that's why. Yeah.
Also, it's
I have a
easier for like a
front-loading one
kid
here.
to climb in there. Or something.
Yeah, or a cat or something. Yeah. I had a number of clothes at home that I'd accumulated throughout the years, but since they were all on the cheap side, I didn't trust using hot water. When I pressed the big blue button, 30 minutes appeared in red digits on the screen and began to count down.
29, 28.
Yep. I grabbed a lighter bucket and brought it back to my bedroom where it was more convenient. You know, it's got seams on the bottom right. Yeah, but they fail. Things can fail. I ended up sitting on the carpet. I was trying to calm my nerves, but as soon as I made my attempt to stop thinking, it became incredibly difficult.
You're talking to the guy who doesn't own a plunger because his toilet simply won't break, Lamau. Okay, so like, don't.
Yeah.
This is not a rational conversation.
This is why escalators are better than elevators. If an elevator breaks, you're fucked. If escalator breaks, they're stairs. So it's like, it's just better, you know? No, I meant the top loaders. They've got seams on the bottom, so the leak goes on the floor anyways. But they'll have it too. The front loaders have those as well, surely. They have the same kind of like thing that fills with water. I don't know why we're doing this. I do know, actually, because we're easily distracted. I wanted to go out again somewhere. Staying still, the mess of emotions inside me was uncontrollable. I've never heard you like this. Holy shit. Holy shit.
They wanted to know why I won't let them redeem visual novels for my game redeems, and it's because we'd end up with some shit like this, because they're gonna redeem Fate Stay Fuck or whatever, and then it's gonna be fucking 30 years of this with like one anime fight every once in a while. There's just no fucking way. Okay.
Fate Stay Fuck. Doesn't even matter though. I can go to Inna, but it's not fair to say goodbye to someone without them knowing it, and I'd just be so sad without being able to say why. Then the past would change and that be overwritten anyway. I really tried to keep my mood pleasant. It was possible I wouldn't find the Sekimeiya the next day, and even after traveling, I could go to Inna Cafe before the 30th to reach a time that wouldn't be deleted. The time had been passing far too fast, so I rested my head on a pillow, knowing that would slow it down. I stayed there for a few minutes and listened to the washer work. Even if doing the laundry didn't matter, my clothes would get moldy if they stayed inside for too long. I heard it running from the living room. When the intensity increased, I knew the spin dry had begun and that only a few minutes were left. I went to check. I could see the mesh clothes rapidly spinning behind the glass and the countdown approaching the last 3 minutes. I watched the seconds tick until 4 zeros filled the screen. Then I grabbed the plastic handle and opened the door. I placed a blue bucket below it and dropped the compact wet mess of clothes in it. I dragged it to the wardrobe as well. I didn't have a dryer, so since the outside was freezing, I had to use a foldable washing line with the help of the heater. I made room on the floor and opened it up, proceeding to grab the pieces and hang them individually. They weren't too wet, so I kept crouching and using as few of my scarce clothespins as possible. Why did they do this? What the fuck? I took out a pretty blue and white shirt. I figured that I was still pretty tired since I thought I'd left it out of the washer due to the bad memories it brought. But I still hung it properly and kept going. I was done fairly quickly and looked at the neatly hung laundry that would likely never be used. I turned around, looking down on my feet until I got to the front door. I've been going outside without a defined reason, and I felt obligated to do it again. Spending the entire day inside would have been too difficult. I got ready to leave and recalled I left my purse in my bedroom, so I went to grab it along with my phone. I was about to reach for the front door, but I walked to the kitchen instead, remembering the garbage bag where I'd thrown the cereal wrappers. It was almost full, so I made a knot with the bands and returned. Then I realized that my phone wasn't charged, so I went and plugged it in. I got to sit here for 30 minutes for it to get the first on our battery. I thought about putting some fucking instant noodles that, even though they're called instant noodles, still take 3 minutes to cook in the pot, but the pot was dirty, so I washed the pot, meticulously scrubbing it with fucking first the brush and then wiping it down. Then I put the water in, I watched it boil. Then I put the noodles in, I ate the noodles. So I went back to the TV because I couldn't watch anything on my phone, so I have to watch the TV. Here's a news article that has absolutely nothing to do with what the fuck is going on right now. Oh shit, my clothes are dry. Maybe I put those on. Oh yeah, my phone. I was gonna leave, wasn't I? Oh here. Oh, what about the lottery numbers? Better do another test to see if I can remember them. 25, 30, fucking 11. Oh shit, I don't. Better look at that note again and memorize it.
Have you guys ever been in a Discord call where someone just narrates everything they do and they'll be like, okay guys, I think I'm gonna go downstairs and do the dishes now. Oh shit, look, I left my fucking phone down here. I didn't even remember I did that. Oh shit, I gotta do my gacha dailies. Y'all, like, the pulls are so strong right now. Oh hey, it's my cat. Hey cat. Oh my god, guys, like, I have to take my cat to the vet. It's time for their shots, and I don't know what to do because, you know, like, it's like a really rough time of year to travel. Anyway, oh yeah, I was gonna go do the dishes. It's like that.
In my defense, I don't do that all the time. I pushed away a bit of snow that had accumulated on the ground, just like most of the neighboring apartments had.
No, I've never had people who like me enough to want to share their life with me. What kind kind of false equivalence fucking bullshit is? What do you mean? Joe, I'm so close to breaking.
It's okay. It's
I'm
okay.
ready.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm right there.
It's okay. I can't carry the ring, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you. It's okay. The goal is still fighting, but I'd come to expect it by that point. Stepping with satisfying crunches, I went down the stairs. The sky had cleared completely, and the street seemed especially bright. I walked the opposite way as usual, toward the garbage bins. They were at the very end of the street, past the curve that could be seen in the distance. I'm actually at the point now where I've expected every single time something happens that it's like misdirections, so when we return to normalcy, like something big happened. Like I was expecting something to happen when we got back from the lottery store, that someone broke into her apartment, but now I'm like, I really understand that she's literally just taking
like
the
this.
garbage out. She's just taking the garbage out. Nothing will come of this. I threw the bag in the bin for combustibles. What? Compostables? You say combustibles? And started to walk toward the center of Yushibana. As opposed to the previous day, my view of Vermont was the crowded street it had always been. After crossing the road, I walked near the left buildings until I was on the thinner path. Of course, and it was open. I saw a large screen of glass and Darfy behind the counter, seemingly texting with his phone.
Remember how excited you were at the idea of getting to hear Shiruya's perspective? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm glad to see you've taken a liking to this place again.
Yeah.
I stepped up to the bar. Like the previous day, there was no one inside at that time. How are you?
I'm okay.
Must have looked a little worse than before. I figured he thought it was just due to Mia's death, but there was much more affecting me than solely that. You want one of these? I pointed at the pastries I've been eating across the past couple days.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
I would love a pastry right now. He grabbed a small plate from below the counter and placed it in front of me with the pastry. I bit into it, a little bit tired of eating the same thing repeatedly, but glad that I at least had the option. Going to sit at the same place again? I turned to the table he was pointing to. As I spun, something caught my eye. There was a TV close to the entrance. It was muted, but I could see a reporter speaking into a microphone. I recalled the words of the police officer.
I will, yeah.
I grabbed the plate and stepped back, but I sat on the opposite chair from last time so that I could see the screen. It'd be announced today? That seems unlikely. But as soon as I sat on the chair, I read the white text at the bottom of the screen, which had just changed from a different headline. Zin member caught for the first time yesterday in Yushibana. I had to read it 2 more times. That didn't make sense.
Dominic said Baguette spotted. Mouse has regained 2 sanity points. Can you turn the volume up, please?
Darfy looked at the TV, and when he read what it said, he did as I asked, despite his own surprise. Before he did, the image changed. This time I immediately recognized what I saw, but once again, it didn't make any sense. What the hell? Wasn't that in the newspaper? The voice of the reporter began to reach us, and when it did, the image had transitioned once again. For a second, it had been a short video recorded from a security camera. It showed a prison cell and a person in prison clothing hard to recognize due to the high angle. Suspicious? Something arrested yesterday in a lonely street of Yushibana. He is believed to be a member of the criminal group Zin, but his identity is unknown. What? I tried to give meaning to those words, but I couldn't. The brief footage had been almost identical to the picture from the newspaper, and they were saying that the man's identity was unknown, just like in that article. Okay, this is weird again.
Do you want me to take over reading, or do you want to get to read the interesting part as a reward for making it through the laundry?
No, it's okay. You can do the interesting part, and then I'll take over. It's okay. Go for it.
You're such
Take over.
such a gentleman.
Such a gentleman, yes. An interrogation is taking place, and the police are actively attempting to identify the suspect. This is likely to be the first member of the group to be caught, so the situation is being properly taken care of.
After those words, the reporter bowed and an ad began to play. I looked at Darphy, who appeared confused as well. Before he could say anything, I stood up and approached a table next to the counter. I'd seen a pile of newspapers there before, and it hadn't moved. Immediately, I saw that the one I'd read was still there, facing down. I opened it and rushed to the first 2 pages. It's here. What was just shown looked exactly like this picture. Darphy was looking at me with a serious face, and I brought the newspaper to him. Sorry, I might be going insane, but I could have sworn I'd seen that before. Wasn't it exactly like this? He looked at the article I was pointing to and narrowed his eyebrows further.
You're right. It's the same cell, but this says it's from November 24th.
Didn't the person also look the same?
Did he? I couldn't get a good look at him, but I can't in this picture either.
He began to read the text.
Never learned about this. On November 24th, a prisoner escaped from a cell, but Zin isn't mentioned here, even though they also said the identity of the person wasn't known. How is that possible? They don't know the identity of someone they arrested?
I looked back at the TV, but it was still only ads. Yeah, it's strange. My mind immediately went to this article, but there's probably no correlation. Every cell must be recorded from this angle, so to me it seemed like they were the same.
It could be that.
I sat on the chair again. Of course it was no coincidence. The person who'd been arrested had been following me, meaning it was very likely they'd come from the future. Then the person from the article had appeared in the cell on the 24th, a day I knew for a fact people had arrived at from the 15th. What the hell was going on then? Could they have been the same person? A few days earlier they'd appeared in that cell. The previous day they'd been arrested. What kind of coincidence was that? Had he been sent to the same cell? Did the police not realize that he was the person who'd escaped on the 24th? And why was his identity unknown if they thought he was a Zin member? I was baffled, but an important piece of the puzzle came back to me. Once again, it was what Kate told us. Zin had attempted to steal the Sekimeiya once before the 15th. They failed, and while the police had the chance to catch a Zin member, they escaped. I couldn't remember the exact way it was phrased, but that had happened once before the 15th. What is the connection between the article and this arrest? I couldn't help but feel that something was incredibly backward. The resemblance between both events was undeniable. Even Darphy immediately noticed it, unaware of the extra links I knew regarding the person in the Sekimeiya's travel. They caught a Zin member for the first time. But they'll escape before the 15th. Kate and the article proved that. It couldn't be so straightforward because the article discussed an event from November 24th. While both events couldn't be the very same, they couldn't be separate either. I ate what remained of the pastry, trying to clear the cloudy confusion that had arisen in my mind. Behind both of those events was the Sekimeiya. That by itself already gave away that something unnatural was at work. There's something crucial that I can't ignore. In both cases, someone ended up in a prison cell. I don't know if the same person was caught both times, but it's very likely they came from the future, so anything regarding them could differ from the reality I know. The Zin member who traveled from the 15th could have already changed this. If he got arrested after traveling in this reality, there would be a second Zin member caught after the first time, the person from the future who was following me. Trying to work it all out, I'd locked up. Wasn't there something else Kate said? That Ashia or the police chose not to reveal that they'd almost caught a Zin member before they'd escaped. Doesn't this fit all too well with the article? If both events are connected, the fact that the person in the cell was a Zin member must match as well. However, in the article, that wasn't revealed. Could that be the original event that Kate told us about? That person escaped and managed to get to the tower. After that, they traveled to the past and got caught again when they were following me. Somehow, the police still didn't know their identity, but this time it was revealed that they were a Zin member. That's right. This must be a change made by a person who's traveled from the 15th. After all, someone from Zin was just revealed to have been caught, which never happened in our reality. But what I just came up with doesn't make sense either. It doesn't make sense if the person from the 24th really teleported to the cell, which must have happened given what I known happened to Vaisude. If whoever that person was traveled to the cell from the 15th, they couldn't have been the same person to be caught yesterday, because the second arrest must be a new event. Could it be that history was changed, but I still remember the one that both I and that man came from because I also traveled from it? I noticed a mistake I'd made. On the 24th, it's very likely a Zin member appeared in a cell from the future. Now that I think of it, though, it can't be that he was actually caught and then escaped while Ashia decided not to reveal he was from Zin. That doesn't match, because Kate said they were caught after trying to steal the Sekimeiya before the 15th. It hadn't even been found on the 24th. What the hell, then? I had very little information, so I looked at the screen when I heard the news had come back. Unfortunately, they began to talk about a different topic, and Darfi quickly turned down the volume and looked at me. Nonetheless, it was probably a good thing. A member from Zin who traveled from the 15th had been caught, and since that had been revealed, there was no reason to think he would escape. It was an event that hadn't occurred when we'd originally stepped into the tower. Piecing all the details together with what I knew seemed almost impossible, as no possibility made total sense. I did wonder before why he appeared in a jail cell on the 24th. From the 15th, it's very likely he'd appear somewhere he'd been before in the past. And now this could fit. If the arrest from yesterday always occurred, the position on the 24th could be based on today. But then questions like how he was in the tower on the 15th or why he was following me start to crop up. I slowed down, sensing a headache. No matter what the truth was, it was messy. What was the link between both events? Which one was new and which one had always happened? Regardless of the arrangement I tried, something always seemed to get in the way. And when I'd calmed down internally, one option seemed more plausible than the others. I believed that the 30th of November was the day somebody attempted to steal the Sekimeiya. It was probably correct since nobody was caught and no connection to Zin was made. Kate would have been talking about this. On the 15th, a Zin member traveled to the 24th and appeared in an unlocked cell. Due to that, he was able to escape. After following me, he was caught yesterday. That changed the past because no Zin member had been caught yet on the 15th. What's iffy about this? That their identity was unknown, that the cell could have been the same one? The fact that they appeared in a cell on the 24th might also be a contradiction. They wouldn't have been there before traveling. I feel like there are more problems, but I don't know how to identify them. But if this is what happened, Zin must be in disarray. Someone from their group was arrested when they're all still free. Could this make them rethink their attack? That could be bad. Maybe Ashia won't care about using the Sekimeiya as bait now that a Zin member has been caught, but the event should still happen. One thing it definitely is strange, though. On the 24th, the police weren't able to identify the person who appeared in the cell. He was arrested in the street yesterday, and that policeman almost seemed like he knew that it was a good arrest to make. That doesn't make any sense. That man was in the tower on the 15th, so if the police were fine with arresting him yesterday, it follows they would have also arrested him immediately on the morning of the 15th. Could it be that didn't happen because... Are you still awake? You okay?
I did kind of blank out for a second there. I'm still here though.
Are you breathing?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
all right.
breathing.
Just checking for signs of life. Could it be that didn't happen because he entered the tower through the storeroom? And if what happened on the 24th somehow made the police arrest him yesterday, wouldn't they have said that he'd been the one who appeared on the cell on the 24th? Whatever the case, it seemed like an enigma that I probably had to put aside. It was at least good that the person following me had been caught. It could only have been beneficial to my plan.
He has a plan? Are you thinking about the news?
Darfi addressed me after I'd been in thought for a few minutes. A bit, it just threw me off.
I see. Well, it's good that someone from that group finally got caught.
Yeah, I agree. The past had certainly changed in front of me. I wasn't in the same reality I knew, so letting everything repeat to remain as the only me was not an option anymore. There was still the major worry that the Sekimeiya could be stolen at any moment. Even if someone from the future had been removed from the equation, that didn't completely rule out the possibility. As a matter of fact, the Sekimeiya could have already been stolen. How did the police know that the person they'd caught was with Zin? Was it because he'd already taken it? The thought of that sent a chill down my spine. Do you know about the Sekimeiya?
Huh? What do you mean?
Ashia's event.
Yeah, of course. Darby's kind of weird.
Darfi is kind of weird, yeah. Well, nobody stole the Sekimeiya, right?
The Sekimeiya? No, as far as I know, at least.
Alright, I just wanted to make sure since I haven't been paying attention to the news. He looked a little concerned, understandably, so I turned to the window. Did he think it was bad I had my thoughts elsewhere after a friend of mine had died? I doubted it, but that was the impression his look gave me. Maybe he's just wondering why you're bringing up some fucking random rock out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I stared out the window. I could only see the narrow street as opposed to the moving Ramon. Just what had happened to the world I knew? 30, 5, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24. At that point, it was best to focus on what still mattered. The fucking lottery.
Fucking lottery.
This is kind of a bop. With no snow
Want me
falling.
to take over?
You can if you want.
With no snow falling, there'd been hardly any movement outside. A few people had come to buy the remaining bread, but time seemed to have stilled for a while. Spelt bread. I stood up from the chair and informed Darkfy that I'd be heading out. All right, Shiroya, have a good day. It'll be 150 yen. I took out 3 coins from my wallet and handed them to him. He mirrored my smile, but not the underlying sadness behind it.
Goodbye.
I'll see you. No, you won't. I walked out the door and stepped onto the snow again.
Would I ever see Darkfy again? The thought arrested me in my tracks, and I stood there and I considered, what if, who knew what would happen to the rest of the city if I decided to go back to Ashiya Tower? Could what I did have a butterfly effect that would affect everybody around me? Could I create a world in which the city was as quiet as the day I stepped out in the morning?
Maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I should reconsider a whole plan. I made some distance from Inna, brooding all the while. I had a hard time accepting that it might have been my last visit.
I'm gonna eat my cake pop now.
Okay, I was curious about that. I'd be slowly walking down Ramon when I stopped myself to stare at a street branching off on the other side. I'd taken the path many times to get to Katsuki's house, and I soon realized I was nervously biting my lip again.
Well, Mouse, you could have written Sekimeiya, take it back.
I didn't have anywhere to go in more ways than one. A huge change in history had occurred. I'd never go back to the world I knew. That meant that making sure Katsuki and I couldn't go to the event had become an even higher priority. It no longer had a downside. I decided the previous day that I'd do it on Thursday, but that was potentially a bad idea. I didn't know when Katsuki would leave his house, and waiting in front of it all day wasn't something I wanted to do. After all, if it got too late, I'd have to ring the bell and face him. I didn't think I could do that. I only had one job, setting up a future that was perfect for everyone but me. Then walking away from it, I couldn't fight that anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Shiroya would have hundreds of unplayed games in her Steam library. That's true. That's actually so true.
Crossed the street and walked through the narrower one, arriving at a part of Yushibana I'd always found pretty. At other times of the year, you could see the green leaves beneath the snow of the tall trees. The road was still white, but it was almost immaculate. I slowly crossed to the opposite sidewalk. Katsuki's house was there. Before I got too close, a sharp pain in my chest stopped me. Would I really never enter it again? I really have been mere minutes away from going in and out of that door for the last time. I had a hard time believing it. I ran up to the gate before that hesitation could take hold of me completely. I looked through the bars. Maxie wasn't in front of the door anymore, but his small paws had left imprints in the snow around it. He is here. There was a light behind the curtain. With no guarantee that Katsuki wouldn't see me, I stepped behind a tree. I really didn't want to be seen. If I talked to Katsuki, I was afraid that I would lose any resolve I had. I can't just stay here all day waiting for him to leave. I don't even know if he will. I would love to see the perspective from the tree that she thinks she's hidden behind right now. There was a last resort available. Since I knew where he kept an extra house key just behind the gate, I could try to enter the house and silently grab me his purse, which had been left in the living room. Not now, though. If it wasn't a coincidence that he was in the hospital when I woke up, he should leave at some point. Would he leave if I called him from my phone and quickly hung up? Delightfully devilish, Shiroya. I decided against that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that'd be too dangerous. Should I just wait here? God, I hope not. I crossed back to the other side of the road and surveyed the door from afar. I looked around. It appeared I was the only person there. Most of the trees were too thin to cover me, so there was nowhere I could safely watch from. I glanced at a corner far ahead. I'd be able to see the window from there. Slightly hesitant, I walked to it and peered at his house. As I thought, I'd been able to see him leaving while still being out of sight. Sorry, I'd be able, not been able. There was something a bit worrying that I also noticed, however. It was the trail of footprints I'd left. Will you notice the trail going behind the tree? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Normally when we stream this, there's like maybe 1 or 2 clips happen. There's 7 so far.
Is it really? Oh,
There's
no.
7 clips.
It seemed unlikely that he'd think it was suspicious, but he could find me by following them with his eyes. I'll just have to be careful. But no matter what I thought, I was uncomfortable. I couldn't take my eyes off his house, and I didn't particularly enjoy the thought of spending my last real day in Yushibana spying on Katsuki. I need to do it though. I hid myself and leaned against the dark, cold wall. Suddenly, I recognized what I was looking at. I'd seen that very street the previous day when I'd been following Isla. That's right. There's no reason not to do the same with Isla, since I might know where she lives as well.
I thought this was on her list of shit to do anyway. What is she cooking?
She's gonna multitask. She's gonna somehow see Katsuki leave and Isla at the same time. Leaving Enric behind, I walked until a crossing street turned to the right. There was the entrance to the dead end I'd been at. I stared at the short house where the small footprints had ended the previous day. I couldn't see any light coming from inside, and nobody was around me. Faded footprints were scattered all over the ground, and some ended at that front door. I placed myself behind the same black car as before to avoid being right in the middle of the path. I wondered what to do. Changing the path no longer felt like an obstacle, so I was free to decide on anything.
One of the neighbors in a house like looks out their window and sees just a girl crouching behind a car in the driveway of like a house where like a child lives.
Yep. Yep. With like the only person in the whole entire city that has blue hair too, so it's like, oh, holy shit. Isla should be at school, but I don't know about Arena, and I don't know if anyone else lives here. How the hell can I take their tickets for the event when I don't even know where they're keeping them? Considered 2 important facts. In the attic, Arena had implied they bought the tickets pretty early. That meant they were likely to already have them. Secondly, before locking ourselves in the bedroom, everyone's possessions had been looked at. While tickets for the event had been found on almost everyone who'd been a visitor, none had been in Arena's purse. They were probably inside Isla's then. Could they already be there? The pressure of being in a crucial moment was getting to me. I stepped out and slowly approached the door. Also, just fuck the next people that were in line to go see the Sekimeiya, I guess. If Arena and Isla didn't go to the tower, different people would in their place. It was overwhelmingly likely that as long as Ishia had the Sekimeiya, people would get trapped in that building. However, Isla's fate could be averted. And I could change the past. When I was in front of the door, I stared at the tiny white bell at its side. Arena and Isla don't know me. I can just press it. But what about Isla's friend? What was the truth behind that? Is someone else really living here with them? My arm reached out and touched the cold doorbell almost unconsciously, like it was another organism. Almost read that word wrong, but really, what should I say? I suppose that'll vary depending on who opens the door.
I haven't done the Valley Girl voice in like 2 hours.
I'd seen no light inside, so maybe nobody would. I firmly rang the doorbell. Firmly pressed that organism. Is there actually nobody here? A day earlier, the small footprints had entered the door, and it was close to the same time of the day that it had been. Ding dong.
Bing bong.
I suspected I knew what the reason was.
Shiroya's gotta be at like 7,000 loser flags, man. Isla, are you here? It's me, Shiroya.
There was no reply. Is she out again?
Organism denial.
Yeah. I wondered about it already, but my intention was to take the tickets from Arena and Isla. If I did that, Isla couldn't travel to the past, so her friend might no longer have existed. But I'd seen her from the cafe during school hours. That had been an Isla who traveled from the future. Why had she been out of her house? I figured she wouldn't have wanted to show herself anywhere, which is why she wasn't opening the door.
Isla, are you here?
I knocked on the door lightly, but it didn't seem like I'd be answered. The mystery behind Isla's friend was nowhere near solved. If the real identity was an Isla who'd come from the future, why hadn't she prevented herself from going to the event? My intention was to do just that, so my unease grew. Plenty of things about Isla had been questionable when looking back at it, but the voice recorder and her friend's existence were the biggest ones. Been standing there for a while and nothing had changed. Part of me wanted to give up, but the idea of her friend purposely not opening the door was one I didn't like at all. So Shiroya thinks that there is both a two Islas and a friend, and that the friend is an Isla. Okay, the door opens.
No, she thinks maybe Isla's friend is Isla, like what we thought, where it's Isla from like the future coming to go back. Yeah.
Suddenly the door opened wide and I saw the dark interior.
This cat picture is so funny. Look at the cat.
Yeah. These are toys for a much younger child than Isla. What?
Yeah,
there was nobody there. I simply tried to open the door and succeeded. It was unlocked. I grabbed the handle to make some noise, and I'd accidentally pushed it forward. It didn't move. I kept staring inside until I was sure it was vacant. Then I lightly pushed the door a bit more and took a careful step in. Oh, someone scribbled on the wall to the left too. I scanned the area and immediately noticed a wide assortment of items on the ground. Toys, dolls, coloring books, and markers. In the corner was a pile of laundry, and the walls had a few faded scribbles on them, as if someone had tried to wash them away. There were also pictures of a child at various stages of growth, and her mother was occasionally in the shot with her. I opened the entryway closet in search of the purse, and was faced with a few women's and girls' jackets. Scattered in the closet were clothes you wouldn't typically see when visiting someone's house. An apron with the name of a local restaurant, a uniform for a factory worker, and a cap branded with the logo of a convenience store. I didn't have to search for long. Right inside was the purse Isla had been wearing. Without hesitation, I looked inside. The most important issue was resolved immediately. The recorder wasn't there. I saw a pack of tissues and small sunglasses, but no tickets either. Wait, this is strange. When we found the recorder, I looked at this purse, and the tickets weren't there either. Were they in Isla's pockets?
Your whole plan was...
I felt a sudden chill and looked at my sides. Nobody was there, but that in itself was very strange. Why is this purse here? Yesterday, the reason why I recognized Isla was precisely because she was wearing the purse outside. If she's outside right now, why is her purse here? There was some kind of creeping unknown dread at my back, but I immediately rationalized it away. The person I saw yesterday was likely Isla's friend. She was wearing a purse, and she isn't here right now. The purse belongs to the original Isla who's at school. If that's it, this makes a lot of sense. Who doesn't lock their door? But why was the door unlocked?
Yeah.
Was it a normal thing for them? And why would the other Isla be going anywhere during the day? The chance to take their tickets was there. Instead of focusing on specifics, I just had to take that simple action. I guess other Isla might not have keys. The keys didn't come back with her, so
Yeah,
she
maybe
can't
not.
lock in. Yeah. And when I let go of the purse, I noticed I missed a lower pocket. I unzipped it and narrowed my eyes. All I saw were two folded pieces of paper that I easily recognized. I grabbed them with two fingers and folded them, confirming that they were the event tickets. I didn't give another thought before dashing out and closing the door. Mission accomplished. I froze up, realizing how suspicious I looked. I instinctively crumpled the tickets in my fist, but nobody was around to see me. Eat 'em, eat 'em. I breathed deeply and began to walk away, calm and nonchalant. I had prevented it. I wasn't in my world anymore, but Isla wouldn't die. What would happen with Isla? If two versions of her really existed, then it seemed they'd both permanently persist in a single reality. However, I'd already decided once that was the better option, so I just put her in the same situation as me. Gonna buy her a lottery ticket too? As soon as I made it back to Enric Avenue, from the same corner, I saw light behind Katsuki's window. I stared at it for a bit, but I gave up after a short while. I just wanted to go home and wait for tomorrow to come. I'd always liked walking through that street, but I turned around and moved to Ramon as soon as I stepped through the thin, parallel path. Tomorrow, I'll definitely have to take our tickets, no matter how. It might not be as much of a party as I thought, though. If I find the Sekimeiya in the tower and enter it during the night, I'll either travel through time or be caught by the police. If I travel through time, taking our tickets won't matter because they'll change the past. But if I get caught by the police, there's no way Katsuki won't learn about it. I'm not sure what would happen to my other self, but I doubt she and Katsuki would just go to the tower on the 15th. I would still do it, just in case. For the time being, I simply kept going over the lottery numbers in my head. I was slowly approaching my apartment. When I was getting close, I saw footprints I'd left earlier, but again, it seemed that the previous days weren't there. However much my steps left impressions, it was clear that they were all bound to eventually fade. Poetry. Of course, it was warm inside my apartment again. I shrugged off my coat almost immediately. Instant noodle time! Noodles, noodles. I looked at my phone. It was 2:04.
Oh my god, we're only at 2? Okay.
There was nothing I wanted to do for the day.
Skip.
So I went to the kitchen after a long pause.
Skip. Skip.
As much as I dislike the idea of eating noodles again, I had nothing else. I didn't want to go buy food again because I just feel like I was doing something else in Yushibana for the last time. Like the day before, I washed the only pot I had and boiled a bit of water before dropping a stiff block of noodles in it. I waited for them to be cooked, sparingly moving them with 2 new chopsticks. When 4 minutes had passed, I poured most of the liquid out and let the noodles fall into a bowl.
This is gonna seem like I'm being dramatic, but I'm completely serious. I need to go get some medicine for the headache that I have, so give me just 2 minutes. I actually do have a headache. I need to be right
Okay,
back.
good luck.
Sorry.
Good luck.
Sorry.
Good luck. It's okay. How's it going, under chat? Zooted mouse in Shiria City. And then I saw side jumping on my trash can. Natsui coded. Oh no. I was actually enjoying this more than the room searches, but this was my breaking point. I think that there is a lot of interesting things happening in the sequence. It's just that the stuff that isn't interesting is crazily slow paced. I don't even understand how this happens. But I have also written in my time, I have written at least one sequence that's like this. So sometimes you just don't understand what you're doing. But when I read that part back, like a while later, I just selected like 3,000 words and just hit delete.
It's a lot less lengthy if you don't read it out loud. Yeah, I think that's a part of it. Yeah, I think that's definitely a part of it.
Yeah, having to read it out loud is a big debuff. Yeah.
I can't believe Mouse blames the poor innocent Vienne for her headache when the real culprit is the 4 hours of escape room stream she did. I didn't even blame it. I just said I had a headache. I didn't say why. Are you an ibuprofen head or a Tylenol taker? I'm an Excedrin Chad. Okay. I actually don't remember who was reading. Do you want me to read?
I was reading. Are you okay to read?
I can read, yeah. I do have a headache. I have had a headache the whole time, but I had medicine and it just started to wear off.
Go for it.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I waited for them to be cooked, sparingly moving them with 2 new chopsticks. When 4 minutes had passed, I poured most of the liquid out and let the noodles fall into a bowl. I knew exactly what their taste would be before I began to eat. It was really getting old, but I powered through. Ronnie says, yeah, I love BDSM, the boring diary of Shiroya Murana. I have to +2 it. The bowl was empty, and I could hardly tell I'd just eaten. I tried to lie on the floor, but it was a bit uncomfortable for my stomach. Instead, I grabbed the bowl and brought it back to the kitchen. What kind of magic medicine did you take for your headache to go away seconds after taking it? It didn't. I'm just rallying. I placed it in the sink and opened the cabinet with the food I'd bought. After inspecting it briefly, I indifferently closed the wooden door. I was about to drop the packaging of the noodles into the trash. But I remembered I'd thrown out the bag earlier. I took the roll out of a drawer and placed a new empty bag in the corner. I thought back on the tickets and looked inside my purse. I'd left both of them there, so I threw them in the garbage as well. Are you okay? I went just got here. Is the way she threw things in the trash important? It'll make sense 20 hours from now, whenever Sai gave the Sekimeiya to Isla, and she used the Sekimeiya and came back and took the tickets out of the trash because she went dumpster diving, and that's how they went in anyway. I went back to sit on one of the scattered cushions. I miss Sai. As much as I felt incredibly overwhelmed, I was out of things to think about. Eventually, I dropped on the floor and emptily let time pass. And then we skipped to Thursday. And then we skipped to It was surreal to think the walls around me, which I'd seen for so many years, could soon disappear forever. There was so much uncertainty. No matter what awaited, my future was going to be miserable. Every scenario led to roughly the same thing. How was it going to be anything better than terrible? I would either get caught by the police or have to keep on living with sketchy money I wasn't even sure I knew how to obtain. I'd have no proper identity and no identity how to get a new one or do anything else. There's no way this will work, and the other version of me will live her life completely clueless, maybe until she finds out she was arrested somewhere. Even if none of those options occur, if I can't go back in time again, but I also don't get caught, what the hell happens then? I just have to explain everything to Katsuki and myself. What would my thoughts have been if another version of myself appeared like that during the impact of Mia's death? There really wasn't a good possible way it could all end. Even though I'd chosen the sole path that could save Mia, achieving it was actually no guarantee. At this time tomorrow, I'll already have been in the tower, and I'll be thinking about the best way to act. If I can't pull things off in the night, what the hell will I say to the police? They'll immediately realize another Mia is in the hospital. I wonder what would happen if I revealed what the Sekimeiya can do. They'd have to believe me due to my existence. And then what? Would they let me go with no real identity of my own? Would the Sekimeiya be kept a secret? If so, there's no chance I'd be able to live anything akin to a normal life. Girl, you aren't already!
I completely understand why both versions of Shiroya didn't talk to Katsuki in the building now. Like why didn't she just come up and explain what's going on? I understand completely. This is the kind of person she is. She probably backed off and had like an internal monologue of 10,000 words about whether she should or shouldn't, but then decided, you know, no, it's okay. It'll work out. I don't have to do that shit. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my God.
Honestly, maybe getting caught by the police would be better. Or if I'm able to save Mia, I could reveal myself and they'd decide what to do. I realized I'd just thought that and pitied myself. Oh good. I'd been feeling sporadic senses of liberty the past few days after being shut away for so long, so the fact that I'd seen an outcome deprived of any freedom as acceptable was just disheartening. It was undoubtedly absurd that I'd held off from going to the tower for so long. My hesitation could have doomed me at any point. I was just selfish. I wanted those tranquil days to continue despite knowing they couldn't. Being in my living room was proof enough of that. It appeared to just be misfortune that what I wanted was the single thing that definitely couldn't happen. Ironically, there was no going back. The important decision had already been made, and I was only stalling out the clock. My mind hadn't changed, and if I went back to the time I'd decided, the result wouldn't differ. It had been clear from the beginning that there was no win-win situation. It wasn't possible to go back to my old world, not even with the Sekimeiya. If I traveled days through time, I wouldn't be able to let everything play out as it once had anymore. There were people who traveled from the 15th and changed history. In the blink of an eye, the world I'd always lived in had distanced from me so much that it was no longer reachable. So with no room for doubt, attempting to save Mia was what I had to do. I needed to figure out a way to travel days through time once more and save her. If I took the Sekimeiya before November 27th, that'd be the best I could do, and then, after that, would come a new decision, almost as important as the last. After lying on the floor for so long, my nervousness gradually dissipated. There was no way I'd be able to calm myself the next day, but the beige walls of my living room were oddly relaxing. Maybe I really was spending my last hours there, as unbelievable as it felt. I was in a situation I didn't think anyone else had ever been in, and I was the one who had chosen to go through it alone. But I was at a point where I really had to believe in my decisions, and I was confident in thinking that giving myself that last day had been the right thing. I couldn't keep the myriad of thoughts from circling through my mind, but they eventually faded into the background. Time advanced, the lights slowly abandoning the room. What the hell was I thinking? I'd had to keep so many things in mind that I couldn't really be surprised I'd made such a large oversight. Oh boy! I took Isla and Irina's tickets to prevent them from going to the tower on the 15th. It sounded like a good idea because they could have sold out quickly. I completely ignored that they could simply print them out again. I don't think they'd have to buy new ones. Oh. I need a minute. I love the noise cancellation catching you, so you're just so on our end, you're just in the background going.
Oh, is it really? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
It's really fun.
Oh my god.
I sighed, exasperated. I'd never had a printer, so I hadn't thought it through. I knew Katsuki and I hadn't checked our tickets until the 14th, but we would have been able to print new ones if they hadn't been there. How the hell do I do this then?
I never had a printer. I never had a printer. That's a drink tap water.
thinks you never had a printer, doesn't think you should eat pastries when they're still hot. What the fuck? Oh man. Sorry, I'm sorry I keep interrupting. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's... How the hell do I do this then? Unless Arena and Isla... I'm... Unless Arena and Isla don't notice that their tickets are gone until they're in the tower, they can just go anyway. At least in the case of Katsuki and myself, it was seeing our tickets that made us decide to go through with attending the event. So we might actually not go if I do take them. I really didn't want to think very hard about it, but I wasn't too worried. If I got caught by the police, Katsuki and I probably wouldn't go to the event, but if I wasn't able to find the Sekimeiya, I'd have to think of something else. Maybe a note wasn't a horrible idea, or I could break his printer. just sneaks in with a hammer and just suckers There had to be at least one way to stop Katsuki and me from going. And Arena and Isla. If I'm not able... And then she can break Arena and Isla's printer too. It's just gonna go... They live close to each other. They're just gonna go around in a 2-block area, breaking into people's houses, smashing their printers. She breaks into the local library. and then go on.
And then she goes home and makes her fucking noodles and comments about how it's warm. And after eating noodles, she lays down. And then we see the same fucking lights on the ceiling again. And she says, God, I'm so stupid. They could just buy another printer.
Okay. And Arena and Isla, if I'm not, we're never getting out of Australia City at this rate. And Arena and Isla, if I'm not able to travel, I could just try to talk to them again, but I'm not sure what I'd say. I wonder if they'd accuse me of stealing their tickets if I suddenly show up warning them not to. Just call in a bomb threat at this point, Shiroya. Like, just come on. I'd think about that tomorrow after getting inside the tower. I hadn't moved in too long and I'd begun to feel tired. She did. The sun was setting, so my body was requesting that I sleep at the same time it had gotten accustomed to. It seemed laughable to think I'd be able to fall asleep. I could try to quell the onslaught of my thoughts, but there was no getting rid of them. Once again, the same sharp pain hit me when I thought that it could have been my last night in that apartment. If I managed to go back in time the next day, it really was possible I'd never rest in my bed again. I already thought of this, but I shouldn't take it lightly. How exactly am I going to get in the tower tomorrow night if I'm getting tired at this time? I'd entered the tower with a plan in mind. It could entail staying there for the entire duration or rushing out of the building with the Sekimeiya. While I wasn't sure yet, I didn't want to blow it due to a lack of sleep, and simply drinking coffee to stay awake had backfired numerous times. I thought of placing the clothes I'd washed into the wardrobe, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
She's planning a heist. She's planning a heist, and she can't get her clothes into the wardrobe. Okay.
There was nothing I could do but keep lying down, awaiting the time where I'd force myself into bed. My God. But a while later, that time hadn't come. While I was tired, I couldn't manage to stand up, as that would mean finally abandoning the life I had. If I stayed on the floor, it would mean the last night in my bed had already happened, and for some reason, I preferred that. Is she depressed? First stream of this I'm watching, by the way. Yes, she's extremely depressed.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Genuinely, yes. This is, if nothing else, a very accurate representation of depression and executive dysfunction. I managed to stand up, but only to turn off the light. The room had become fully dark. I couldn't tell how much time had passed since I had looked away from the small red light on the TV. However, I knew it had been a while. My head rested on a cushion, and the feel of the carpet was comforting. Even though I had no blanket, the heater allowed me to remain in the middle of the floor, contacting the table with my back. But I hadn't fallen asleep. Why does their TV have knobs on it? Because it's 2011. But I hadn't fallen asleep. I had only sensed time passing, my vivid trains of thought infinitely spiraling into chaotic repetition.
Want me to take over?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That became mentally exhausting. I just wanted to fall asleep, but it didn't seem like it would ever happen. The absolute silence had persisted for what felt like hours. At one point, I realized that I had fallen asleep just for my awareness to instantly return. That might have happened a few more times. However, I still felt as if I'd been awake the whole time, desperately trying to lose consciousness. Very relatable.
All of this dialogue and reading and watch her sleep through the incident. So true, actually.
That would be really funny. Was the sun going to rise at any point? I had to go to the tower in the morning so that I had enough time until the next night. Thought of setting an alarm, but I couldn't briefly sleep and be drowsy on such an important day. Thinking about grabbing my phone for a while until I finally extended my arm and felt around the surface of the table. I dragged my phone toward me and shut my eyes tightly as I flipped it open. Soft blue light soaked through my eyelids, prompting me to raise them. Then I stared at the upper corner and waited for my blurry vision to fade. 5:23. It's so late. Next to the numbers, I saw the words "no service." Huh? I didn't think I'd seen them before, but I closed my phone to combat an abrupt headache. That's weird. After that, I dropped my head back on the pillow, starting to seriously worry.
Girl has had 10 headaches. What's going on? What's going on? What's with these headaches?
Is the headache always coinciding with like some weird like time travel shenanigans or anything like that, or
Coffee.
coffee headache?
She gets coffee headaches.
Why is she just glossing over the no service? That's a strange thing to happen. There was no way I'd be in time for the event that would start in 4 hours. At least that wasn't too important. But it didn't feel like I'd ever fall asleep. When I had, I'd immediately reawakened, and once I'd seen the light on my phone, I couldn't get out of my mind. The entrance fee on the 15th had been pretty expensive. I believed I had enough money in my wallet, but if not, I still had the option of buying a normal visit. I rolled onto my back. Being there was getting unbearable. Most of the stress had faded a long while ago, but it still hadn't been enough to fall asleep. The impression that I was wasting any of my time was intrusive. I sat up and noticed that I really wasn't tired. After a short time, my constricting headache started to fade. I grabbed my phone. Again, it was 5:30. Does she have service now?
7 minutes.
On the 15th, we'd gone to the tower during the night because we hadn't been able to fall asleep. It was still very early, though. If I go before sleeping, I could come back later and rest until the afternoon. If I'll have to spend a long time in the tower the next night, that'll help me not be exhausted. It was doubtful I'd be able to sleep after coming back, when I'd finally be aware of the crucial details I needed. But since it was likely Katsuki wouldn't be at home until late in the day, I didn't think it was a terrible idea. There was no way I'd be able to lie back down again after sitting up, let alone sleep. I've been on that carpet for so many hours. I was still a bit dizzy, but I managed to carefully stand in the darkness and step out of the room. More than 3 hours remained until 9, when the tower's halls would open to the public. On the 15th, though, Katsuki and I had been in the lobby since much earlier. I didn't know if it was a bad idea, but I grabbed my coat and stepped into the pair of boots on the floor. I gripped the door and slowly pushed it open. What's with creepy music?
Still expecting jump scares.
Yeah. The air was frigid as usual, but I couldn't feel any wind. A multitude of stars filled the dark sky, unmatched by the row of streetlights across the closest walkway. Not a soul could be seen, and the imposing atmospheres made me reconsider going out so early. I stepped forward, the snow stiff beneath my feet. I couldn't make out that layer of white anywhere but directly underneath the lights.
I had my purse with me, so I closed the door and descended the stairs, purposefully avoiding the frozen handrail. Wow, didn't lock the door. I looked in the direction of the tower. However, for once, I couldn't see it. There was no chance I'd get lost, so I started to walk toward its location. As the tower was on the outskirts, the streetlight soon ceased, making me hug walls to know where I was. I wasn't very far, and despite the eerie scenery, I was glad I'd left my apartment. I had to be in the tower in the morning, and I knew its entrance opened far before 9. A receptionist had been there when we'd arrived, so I could try to buy tickets for the event and think about questions I wanted to ask. I kept walking, hoping I was getting closer. I could hardly see anything a few steps ahead, and as all lights had disappeared, I had to confirm the sensation of movement by looking at the ground. Scary. I started to see more of the round light bulbs in the distance. I knew what it meant. That was the plaza in front of Sekimeiya Tower. I got closer and closer until I started to perceive the light's quiet buzz. Then I followed the path with my eyes, ending where the tower stood. There it was, the immense building in the form of a huge shadow that covered the many stars behind it. I slowly got closer to it, interspersing the hum of the lights with sharp steps. Is there still stars at the top there of the screen? It's hard to see on Discord streaming.
No.
No?
It's just black right now.
Okay, it's just like a after image from the last frame. Okay. However, before I expected to, I hit a wall. It was the wall of the tower, which I suddenly hit with my foot. Startled, I felt it with my hand, expecting a cold stone. But I touched something else entirely. My fingers felt a smooth, glassy surface, and I stared at it with confusion. My vision adjusted just enough to understand where I was. Is she gonna find the secret entrance? It was the door. No thick shutter was there either, as I could recognize the floor of the lobby, a step beyond the glass. I wondered to myself why I'd been surprised and immediately concluded it was because there was no light. I suddenly hit the glass with no warning since the lights behind it weren't turned on. Well, no one's there then. Instead of putting my hand back in my pocket, I grabbed my phone. The screen displayed 5:48. Then I hesitantly gripped the handle of the door and tried to open it. Like it seemed, it was locked. The girl went out and like this in the dark with no cell phone service? No sense of preservation whatsoever? What? I stepped back carefully, trying to get a feel for my surroundings, and all I determined was that I was completely alone. On the 15th, that door had been highlighted by the warm light behind it, and we'd entered at 6.
Why is she not using her phone flashlight? I think she has a flip phone. Those didn't have flashlights.
The time was very close, but I began to wonder whether that had been a special occasion. Maybe they'd anticipated people would come very early, and that was why the tower had been open at 6. Over 3 hours were left until 9. When would the entrance open? I had no way to know how long I'd have to wait. I leaned on the icy metal of the nearby streetlight, the cold penetrating to my back. The light made my misty breath visible, emphasizing the harsh cold even further. Without a doubt, I wouldn't be able to stay there for long. I didn't take my eyes off the entrance, but I could hardly see it from where I'd moved to. As I waited outside, I knew people were behind the wall. At the very least, I knew someone was in the security room, waiting for a sudden attack that could come at any moment.
I had no phone and walked back to my hotel in Hamburg, completely utterly drunk at 3 in the morning, just fine. First of all, that was a stupid thing for you to do. Second of all, she's a time traveler from the future who anybody could recognize and know that she's supposed to be in the hospital, who thinks that she's being followed by at least one person who's probably like a member of a secret terrorist organization. She shouldn't be wandering around in the middle of the night with no fucking light. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Would anyone be in the building with security guard and the lights would all be off? Like, don't they usually keep the lights on? I wonder if she's gonna find the hidden doorway right now. I never really understood the term girl failure until now. I've never heard of the term girl failure. I only recently learned about fail son from when we were playing Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. I stood covering my neck as much as I could. The ring of lights let me see slightly ahead in every direction, but past them there was only darkness. I figured something had to happen soon, but even if I wanted to, I didn't feel capable of turning back. If I moved again, I wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature, and physical fatigue was beginning to set back in. She's just gonna die in the snow.
Was it Alpha No I called a fail son? No, it was when we got to Heaven's Word and you're doing the quests for the guy who has 2 completely pathetic sons, and I don't remember, Emelon or whatever his name is.
when you first see Bismarck.
Yeah.
When I felt like I'd been there for some time, I slowly took my hand on my fuzzy coat, and with my thumb, I flipped open my phone to look at the time again.
Yeah, the context was that I said it. I called them that.
6:03. It had only been a few minutes, and the words "no service" were still there. I'd also looked at my phone on the 15th before we'd been asked to leave them behind with the guards. By 6:03, we'd already been allowed to step in. That is such a weird thing to make you lose your phones. How much longer do I have to be here? Is the tower not going to open until 9? I was still staring at the building. Any moment, the light behind the glass could turn on. Maybe someone would come and unlock it from the outside. There was no way it would remain closed for 3 more hours. Without needing to look at my phone, I knew the time was passing glacially. The few minutes I'd been there had already felt like much longer. Somehow, they had also passed very quickly. Had I really been there for more than 20 minutes? I felt as if my mind had frozen through, a complete opposite from the spiraling mess it had been at home. I wanted to close my eyes and slowly sit on the ground. Everything around me was dark enough that it wouldn't have made much difference, and it almost felt like my body was gradually sliding down the streetlight anyway. I hoped I was retaining enough of my scarce strength to be able to walk into the building when the time came. I still believed that the lights would suddenly turn on, but I hadn't sensed a thing since I'd stopped moving.
Sorry, so I'd like to point out something from earlier in the stream. Like I said, I would know the difference between 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. by the fucking light that's out here. So so whatever earlier time that she would have been in for the other time can't have been more than an hour and a half earlier, because she thought it was 7:30 and it was light enough that she believed that. It wasn't dark. It's dark at 6 a.m. here. Sorry.
Yeah, we have a good reference here right now.
Yeah.
Unless she's in a different timeline now, which I don't think so.
Fuck no.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird scenes going on with Shirley. I'm starting to wonder if it's just paranoia. It was just trying to make her feel.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
When I looked at the time again, it was 6:28. Once more, it seemed as if the last half hour had happened in an instant, while the next one would last an eternity. That was
Speculation
fast.
from a non-knower from the cafe. Her clock might be wrong. Yeah, that's true. It might be 5:30 right now, and she thinks it's 6:30. It's true.
Oh, maybe this is a clue. If it opens at 7, maybe we're like, oh shit, her clock is a. Oh, when is daylight savings time click in for Japan? Do they do that?
I don't know, but
Yeah,
it
someone
would.
in chat is saying it too.
Japan doesn't have that.
Okay. Why was nothing happening? Even though it was so early, why was I alone? On the 15th, the group of people waiting for the event had begun hours before it started. Had that never been the case before? Even so, when would the door open? It was horrible not knowing how long I'd have to be there for. The woman who was at the reception desk should come at any time. She was here so early, and so were the guards.
So what I feel like is maybe what this is teaching us is that stuff like size watch. This is obviously trying to teach us something. I think what this is trying to teach us is that stuff like size watch wouldn't just like update whenever he was done traveling and stuff, and so all of those times are unreliable, which I had already marked down. I think that may be what it is. I'm not sure.
Did phones back in this time auto sync when they had service?
I don't think so, but the other thing is it did have service at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have service now, so something changed.
Yeah.
What year is this?
What year is
2011. Okay, so maybe it did.
Something is fucky with the time for sure.
Something is fucky with the time, yeah.
Oh, Kate too. He said he'd be taking the daily shifts recently. Did he say when he started? It should also be well before 9. I couldn't do anything but keep waiting. I desperately needed that door to open, and I had only managed to stay out in the cold for so long because I believed it would. I tried to move my right hand, but I couldn't feel a soft touch in my pocket anymore. Was something really going to happen? It was hard to breathe properly, and the sporadic soft wind began to feel painful. The harsh electric sound, which I thought to be minor upon arriving, was practically blaring. $6.50. Been there for an hour, nothing had changed. I blanched at the thought of waiting for 2 more hours, but the longer it went on, the sooner I thought it had to end.
There's no way it's 6:50 and it's still as dark as if it's night out.
think there had to be some more light by now, yeah. The night stretched out so long that my eyes were beginning to close on their own. I just wanted to lie in my bed. The last stretch would not be any easier on me. Soon, Inna would open, but there was no way I could walk there. The temperature inside the tower was regulated, and that was where I needed to be. How was she not thinking to go find the secret door? The same wait continued until 7 came. The time I'd spent could have been summarized in a blink, as each second had been identical. When would something happen? I wanted to sleep and know where the Sekimeiya was. I just needed to step into the tower, but why was it not open already? I had hit the point of real pressing fear. I couldn't think straight. That small plaza was the only illuminated place I could see, and I had to be close to the entrance as I could. I looked up, but I couldn't see anything past the dark, monolithic slab of the building. I hadn't moved in so long that turning my head was painful. I had to do it slowly, but I managed to see the stars.
At 7 a.m.? What do you mean?
Wait, there's no way this is 7 a.m. Am
Yeah.
I crazy?
Yeah.
It was the same starry sky, just like everything below it. Nothing had changed above. What? This doesn't make any sense. Where's the sun?
No shit.
I stare at it with wide eyes. The dark sky looked just as it had when I had left my apartment.
Chat, I know it's dark in the winter some places, but she went to a place that opens at 7:30 when it was completely bright out. There's no way that she wouldn't be seeing the beginnings of the sunrise by now. She waited there for like half an hour, so it should be the same level of brightness. We have the game to compare against itself.
Then speechless, I looked back at my phone. 7:04. I don't understand. It's like the world has stopped moving. No service. Why? Why does my phone have no service? I witnessed. Is someone using the Sekimeiya inside and she's jumping right now and doesn't even know? Like,
this is weird.
I witnessed the sun rising from behind the mountains countless times, but at that moment, no hint of light peeked out from over them. It was 7 already, so why was Ushibana still covered in darkness? I felt that time might not have been passing since I leaned on that streetlight. Astonished, I forced myself to step forward and spun. Nothing at all had changed. This is a cool scene. There was no meaning I could think of. After all, no matter how certain I felt, it was impossible that everything had just stopped. Inevitably, the sun would rise, obliterating the night.
So you think?
But with each second that seemingly passed, the more I doubted, and he had. I'd spent what seemed like eons convinced the lights in the lobby would turn on any moment, and they still hadn't. What was I waiting for? The tower should have opened already. Without a doubt, the sun should have begun to rise already. I'm really hungry. Waiting had become my only protest, but time staunchly refused to advance to the next day. There was nothing else I could do. I wanted to fall back into my bed and feel the warmth of my apartment, but my legs wouldn't be able to carry me from far from that undefined plaza. 2 days before then, I'd also felt like the world had something wrong with it, but everything had solved itself in the end. Was the same thing happening again? How long had I waited then for normalcy to return? There was no way I was in the wrong. Like I thought the other day, nobody was there. Everything felt still, and it had even since I'd arrived. I was alone among nothingness. The light above me was a star, and everything for light years around was the void. I hugged my body even tighter. I'd been convinced the cold would end at some point, but it continued without end, eroding me. Would 9 be no different? I could no longer tell myself it was impossible. My eyes remained locked to the sky. I was terrified, desperately wishing that I was back in my room, but simultaneously overcome with curiosity. Both of those conflicting feelings locked me in place. Didn't make any sense. Where was the light, the people, or the real world? Traveling through time with the Sekimeiya, as insane as it had been, was at least clearly traveling through time. I had no idea what I was experiencing in front of the tower. It had no name, no concept. I had to go back home. Even though I felt almost unable to walk, I was only a few minutes away, and every second I waited slightly reduced the energy I had to go back. Even so, I was hypnotized by that unchanging sky. Was there an explanation behind the state of the world, or was it another question without an answer? Time was certainly advancing, but I couldn't make out even a hint of a white outline. The sun was nowhere to be seen, not the faintest trace of it. If the world had frozen, would it ever unfreeze? If so, the next question was whether I'd get to see that happen.
I love that her assumption is that the world is frozen instead of her phone is wrong. It is so funny to me. I'm sorry.
I mean, she has found a time traveling egg. So like, man,
one of my favorite Star Trek clips is I mean, she's right, but it's Dr. Crusher going, if there's nothing wrong with me, there must be something wrong with the universe. It's just like...
And she was right? Crusher was right?
She was right, yeah. She was inside a pocket universe that was collapsing, yeah.
Oh, spoilers for TNG. Whoa, what the hell?
Oh. That was a wild episode, yeah. Really crazy episode, actually, yeah.
First time chatter there. I couldn't believe my legs were still supporting my weight. There was nowhere to sit except the slick ground itself. Wanting to confirm how much time had passed, I painfully lowered my neck to look at my phone.
Welcome, first time chatter. I hope you're enjoying Shiroya City. Welcome to Shiroya City.
It's gonna be like 7:30? It's been half an hour? No service. That time I slowly moved my finger up to the call button. It was freezing, but it still registered my touch. The moment I pressed it, I called my mother's number. A quiet robotic voice came out of the speaker. We couldn't connect the line. Immediately a beep played, indicating that the call had been cut. I entered something like a state of shock, unable to move the phone away from my ear. Something was very wrong. I could no longer believe anything else. The place I was at that moment was not the real world. Sorry if this is an obnoxious question, but I'm just curious. Is there anyone in chat that has never heard a dial tone?
Top Lolly is here, so maybe.
Yeah, you think so? I'd gone back to looking at the sky. Where could it be if could it be if not the real world? Was I in a dream after I'd finally fallen asleep on that soft carpet? Usually verifying that would have been very simple. However, as I could hardly feel my skin anymore, even after pinching my hand, I wasn't able to conclude it was reality. She is really dangerous. She's in a lot of danger right now.
Yeah, she is.
No, it was reality. The minimal sensation had been enough to confirm that. When we'd been in the tower, I felt almost the same way regarding how dreamlike everything was. Was there then an explanation behind an unmoving world? Who could possibly interpret anything about that explanation if it existed in the first place? Hadn't I been the only person to notice it 2 days earlier? After all, it felt as if I was the root cause. The world wasn't permitting me to enter the next day, even though it already should have started. Again, her phone just might be wrong. If that was it, was there anything I could do? There were precisely zero ideas that came to mind about what was happening to me or how I could resolve it. You know, this is teaching me that I need to get an analog clock and put it somewhere in the apartment. Yep. I have a clock on my stove and I have an alarm clock in my bedroom, but I think I want to get an analog clock and hang it on the wall. And there was no fleeing either. If abandoning the idea of going to the tower would advance everything to the next day, there was no solution. I could still somewhat feel my hand. What was clear was that staying still was getting me nowhere. Still gripping my phone, I took it out again. According to it, time had definitely been passing, as it showed 7:35.
In the case of a time-traveling event, asks a first-time chatter. Welcome to chat. Go makes games.
Exactly. Making sure I could still move my legs, I stepped closer to the building. Immediately, the bricks that formed the front wall became visible. I hope suddenly just the sun is in the sky.
It's just I would love it if she took like 10 steps away from the building and it just flicked into the sky. That would be fun.
That's what I mean. I think so too. I would like that. The lobby looked as it had earlier. The tower was just as unchanging as its surroundings. I stepped to the left, trying to make out the reception desk. Even though it was very dark, I was sure nobody was there. I think she's justified to break in right now so she doesn't freeze to death.
Yeah.
I had little to no force left in the motion, but I grabbed the handle again and tried to push. It didn't budge at all.
And then I tried to pull. It opened.
It's full, bum-ass, said Sai from behind. The Sekimeiya was close to me, somewhere behind that door. If the world had frozen in place, wasn't it the perfect opportunity to attain it? I couldn't sense a single living thing anywhere, so there was no need to devise a plan. I just had to find the Sekimeiya and hope that after using it, things would fix themselves. Just break in, use the Sekimeiya, come back and open the door for yourself so you didn't have to break it. So I continued stepping away from the door until no light remained in front of me.
Yeah, what she should do is stand in front of the door for the next 10 seconds, willing herself in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Open the door.
I walked forward, following the rough wall with my arm. It continued for a short while, but I soon lost it. When that happened, I turned to the right and something cold hit my shins. It was grass, covered with snow that I shook off before it could stick to me. Then I put my right hand and walked ahead, tracing the wall with my bare fingers. I'd gone around to the left side of the building, having considered the possibility of another way in.
It took her a while.
Wait, hold on. Shiroya is the one that found the secret door on the first timeline, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Was that before or after she used the bathroom to come, the bathroom Sekimeiya to come here? It was before,
way
right?
before. It was way before. She used it at the very end of the chapter, yeah.
Okay, so she just so happened to find that then. Okay. Going to the storeroom wasn't the only way to determine that if that door really connected to the outside. It was completely dark, and the surface of the building was like a block of ice. However, if there was a door somewhere in it, I believed I could find it. Would I be able to open it if I did? It didn't sound likely, but there was a chance I could enter, and I no longer feared the possibility of someone seeing me through the cameras. Staying outside was far more intimidating. I really was exhausted, and the tall grass made the path harder to get through. However, as it was fully dark, I had to be very attentive. With my forefinger, I slowly traced a line through the wall, attempting to discern the thinnest gap that could have outlined the door.
But just for funny argument's sake. She does have soot on her face in this one. She does have smoke on her face. Yeah.
Okay, so she just happened to find that then. That's kind of unbelievable now that we know what she's like.
That's kind of
okay.
Funny. Yeah.
The cold surface was uneven and bumpy, so I rapidly lost all hope. If there was a door somewhere, I wouldn't find it so easily, even if I could roughly tell where the storeroom was. As I walked, the fear of passing out began to grow inside me.
They did find it in chapter 2 with no Shiroya. That's true.
Out of nowhere, the wall ended, and I found myself at the back of the tower. In front of me, I could no longer see the stars, as an invisibly dark mountain extended just ahead. I turned around and felt the wall again with my left hand. Eyes closed, I started to retrace my steps, feeling an awful mix of negative emotions. But I suddenly stopped when I remembered something from the day we've been inside that immense building. If that door really had led to a wall I was at, there was a way I could find it. I tried to forcefully press my hand against the wall. Naturally, nothing happened. If the door was there, it must have been made or covered with the same bricks as everywhere else. However, when we'd been in the storeroom, we had shaken the door from the inside and it had been made a rattling sound. If the other side was the wall, then shaking it from the outside would produce the same sound. With no light bulbs around, all sound had disappeared, and during the winter it was rare to hear insects at night, but the silence felt far too unnatural to be justified. I took one step forward and softly hit the wall with a fist. All it produced was an instant dry noise, and no part of the wall moved in the slightest. Use your feet? What are you doing? I recalled the width of the door, and that I was definitely close to the storeroom. After the next step, I repeated the same tired motion, and the result was identical. Then I stepped again and hit the wall. Was that it? It sounded a bit different. To confirm it, I hit the same spot, trying to apply a bit more strength I wasn't sure I had. The sound I heard was different. Speechless, I extended my arm to the wall and pushed. When I did, I felt it move. What? Did I open it? For so long. That was what made my heart speed up. I felt the edges and confirmed the outline of a door. Karo had been right after all. That door in the storeroom was the only thing blocking our way out. I'd gotten it to open easily by pushing it. However, it had opened inwardly, which is why we hadn't been able to do it in the storeroom. The door also made out of like unobtainium that can't be broken, by the way.
So you're telling me they installed a security system that locks the entire place down for 12 hours, shuts off all outside communication, and yet there's just a fucking door. All right.
They made this. They have to have made this back door. They have to.
All right.
Oh shit, the map is back. Whoa, I stepped toward the door. We're in. I stepped toward quick, search all the rooms. I stepped toward the door. I couldn't see a thing. But when I felt the inner walls, I immediately identified them. I was back in the storeroom on the tower's crystal floor. But I couldn't move. The fear of someone being in the security room resurfaced. If I walked forward and got caught, that was the end of everything. The door was covered by bricks, and its gaps were incredibly thin. When I felt from the inside, I noticed something very important. Oh, there's no handle. It was already gone that morning. More importantly, that meant that if I closed the door, I wouldn't be able to open it from the inside.
Stick something in the door.
Yep. I walked deeper into the narrow entrance, leaving it open. There hadn't been much wind outside, so I didn't think it would close on its own. And yet, immediately I hit another wall. So it was what concealed the area I was in. It was in its regular position, separating both sides of the storeroom. I put my hand on it and felt it around the right edge where the opening mechanism was.
Oh, Mouse of the Stream says 20 to 30 minutes until a fun stopping point. Can we do it?
Is that the end of Shiroya City?
Is it the end of Shiroya
Yep.
City?
Or did we yap too much and there's like 3 hours left of Shiroya City?
It is the end of Shiroya City.
It's already over? I mean, she's in the building right now, technically. It's the end of Shiroya City. Okay, 2023. I'm game. You game?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking go.
All right. Okay. It was
Lock
in its
in.
regular position, separating both sides of the storeroom. I put my hand on it and felt it around the right edge where the opening mechanism was. What if she opens this up right now, goes in, and she's right back into time loop 1? And she's like, what the fuck? From that side, the little aperture was noticeable to the touch. When I dragged the wall open, however, I couldn't see any difference, as there was no light beyond it. I took another cautious step and felt a soft texture. I really was in the storeroom. What I was making contact with was the damaged couch we'd seen next to the wall. I couldn't see any. Who put a couch there? I couldn't see anything, but I knew the door to the hallway A was in front of me. Was it open or closed? Well, I couldn't know that. What I did know was that the lights were off on the other side. There was no camera in the storeroom, but as soon as I opened the next door, I would be recorded. The question was whether the security room was vacant or not. I didn't know what to do. Of course, there had to be someone in the security room, but there simultaneously couldn't be. The world had frozen.
Oh, she's so fucking stupid.
I mean, she might be right, but the fact that she's so sure she's right is really stupid. What would happen if I were seen? I couldn't claim to have randomly found the hidden door. But the chance I had was perfect. The tower seemed lifeless, so I could find the Sekimeiya and leave. If it was true that nobody was there, I could even set off the alarm and let the Sekimeiya store time for 12 hours, as there wouldn't be anyone in the security room to complete the deactivation process. Ultimately, I reached my arm toward the door. The day would evidently never begin, so between attempting to walk back home and trying to attain the Sekimeiya, the decision had already been made. I felt a metallic knob and turned it. Once more, after opening a door, the darkness persisted. I couldn't see hallway A, but I knew I was there. I was immediately certain that I wasn't in a dream due to my senses. It was the smell. The same strange smell that had characterized the building on that long day tinged the air again.
Really?
But I knew it wasn't the scent of the building itself. On the evening of the 15th, I'd identified the real source, the Sekimeiya. When we'd been close to it, the smell had strengthened, and when we'd been farther from it, it had always been weaker. That is how smells work, yep.
Mm-hmm.
As I thought, the Sekimeiya had to be there, somewhere in the building, and going off the intensity, it was close. I hadn't taken another step into the hallway, but I'd been there for some seconds and nothing had occurred. And then I realized my impression had been incorrect. After opening the door, there had been a subtle change I'd taken a bit to notice. A tiny green light could be seen high up, slowly flickering. It belonged to a security camera. We never learned the true meaning behind those lights. Did they indicate that I was being recorded or something else? Was my figure being displayed in the security room? Everything was cold and still. The only remaining movement was from that inanimate light. The security room had to be soulless, but I couldn't believe it. Even though that belief was so close to proven, I couldn't accept it. Slowly, I began to take silent steps toward the metallic door. An occurrence from the 15th was repeating. In just the short time I'd been there, the smell had blended in, becoming harder and harder to notice despite its prior strength. Interesting. Okay. The first time we noticed the smell, wasn't Kate confused about it too? But if it came from the Sekimeiya, he should have smelt it during the previous 2 weeks. Unless I hit the wall at my side, failing to walk in a straight line. Carefully, I continued to move until I felt the doorknob. It was the security room, so I gently gripped it. I had to see it with my own eyes. Was nobody on the other side? It couldn't be. Ashia had been anticipating Zin's attack, so why would nobody be stationed at the cameras? But I knew the room would be empty because I hadn't been seen. When I slowly opened the door, nothing but darkness waited for me. Maybe they're just going to the bathroom. There was nobody inside. I knew there were many monitors in front of me, but none of them were on. What the fuck is going on? It was unbelievable. Why had all life vanished from the world? Why had all the surrounding lights gone dark when electricity still flowed? I walked into the room as I recognized a red light near the floor, doubting whether the button it belonged to still functioned. I reached out and felt around in front of me. When I touched the chair, I moved it aside and crouched next to the light. I feel like after everything we just saw in Shirley City, there should have been at least a line or two here saying that she was happy to be in the warm or something. Like just something like that. Yeah. I pressed the button softly. Oh, a whirring sound came from my side. Following it, one of the screens turned on. What time is it?
I compared the time on the computer to my phone.
The computer had powered on, and a single monitor displayed a loading bar. At last, I could see the dim walls around me, the blue light projecting onto them. Without a doubt, I was the only person there. Soon, the bar filled and was replaced by an authentication screen. I remember that Kate had entered a long ID and password, so there was no chance I could access it.
No shot she knows how to look at the BIOS.
I confirmed I was alone. As ridiculous as it seemed, I was about to walk out when the messiness of the room caught my attention. They usually show the time at the bottom when you're about to log in? I think. Well, it depends, I guess. The objects on the desk were scattered around, and almost all of the drawers were partially open. I think 2012 would have.
I'm not sure.
What had happened? On the 15th, when we stepped inside for the first time, the room had looked considerably different. Had someone tried to find something? I began to feel uneasy. Oh. This is... Glancing at the many open drawers, I saw something next to a pile of files. It's the Sekimeiya! I pulled the heavy compartment open and tried to reach for the bottom with a finger. A brown key, large and rusty. After putting it in front of the light, I confirmed it was the one I suspected. It's the key we found on the floor of hallway A. We later thought it could have been for the storeroom door. And it was in the security room. There had been a few reasons to think that the person who dropped the key was one of the culprits behind the attack. And at that moment, when it was essential for the cameras to be monitored, nobody was in the security room. Was there a reason after all? Could the frozen world have merely been an illusion? There were many things that made me uneasy, so I walked to the door. My breathing had begun to accelerate. The key was still in my hand. It was potentially an essential part of the culprit's plan, so I took it with me, accepting that the past could change. If there was no copy of it, it wouldn't be found in hallway A anymore, and the entire attack could fail depending on its importance. I felt around the lobby door until I found its knob.
Do you want me to take over for the rest?
I was just about to ask, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
I could see a red light by the reception desk, but it wasn't enough to illuminate the lobby, even with the streetlight shining faintly from beyond the glass. I questioned it again. Why was the entire floor dark when I'd been able to turn on the computer? From the inside, the exterior door wasn't fully transparent, but it was enough to see that the sun hadn't risen yet. It seemed entirely futile to think about that. But if there really was a reason behind it, the mirrored stillness of the tower had the same cause. I could attempt to grasp it from that angle. Disoriented, I walked across the smooth floor with my arm out. Where was the Sekimeiya? If Ashia's intent was to make Zin break open the cabinet, it couldn't be well hidden. There was a room below me. There had been nothing in the storeroom, so the mechanical room was a rational place to store the cabinet. But more importantly, I knew that the light breakers were there. There were no switches on the walls, so if the breakers were on, I would have no idea why the tower was still dark. I followed the surface of the desk around. There, I searched across the wall until I'd taken hold of a door. A Tenebris staircase led down from the other side of that door. I descended it, carefully placing each of my steps. It wasn't as narrow as I recalled. The cabinet would have fit if brought down. After I made the sharp turn below, I felt the following door, which I accidentally opened with my knee. Mouse when she sees a word? Yeah, for real. The bulb was... It is. I was impressed. The bulb was no longer emitting any light, but the difference was minimal. I knew the space was filled with furniture, so I gingerly stepped to the wall with the circuit breakers. I hit the plastic panel with my arm. Naturally, I couldn't see the state of the switches, so I hoped what I had at hand would be enough. I took out my phone and placed its screen in front of the panel. The breakers were right behind it, so the faint light was enough to let me see the direction they were pointing to. I slowly panned the phone across the plastic surface, taking a look at all of them. They were all pointing up. So like with the sun, there was no reason behind the lack of light within the tower. It didn't make any sense, but I put my phone away and reached my arm back up. When my phone had hit the plastic, I'd heard a metallic sound. As the ceiling was very low, I had no problem reaching the top of the panel. Two cold objects were there. I grabbed them with two fingers and opened my palm. Even though I couldn't see anything, I could identify their shape. I took my phone back out and directed its light at what I was holding. 2 more keys. Once they were illuminated, I recognized them as well. Wait, this is the attic's. But that wasn't all, because the other one was unmistakably the Sekimeiya cabinets.
Okay, so her phone doesn't have a flashlight, but she's using the screen light, I guess, to see very
it seems
dimly.
that way.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Okay.
I just have to find the cabinet then. I can just unlock it. I don't have to break it open. Why the hell had those keys been there? Both of them were supposed to have few or no replicas and be carefully protected. Nothing made any sense. How many mysteries layered around the Sekimeiya? I began to question what to do. I have to hurry and find the cabinet, but then what? Should I try to trigger the alarm or just silently unlock it and take the Sekimeiya? I'd been recorded by cameras, so even though I had the cabinet key, shutting down the tower sounded like a fine idea. However, anyone who knew about the secret door could enter at any point. If the rusty key is really for that door, I could try to lock it from the inside. I tried to move, but the obstacles in the room didn't make it easy. Could the cabinet have been there? Well, it seemed like a good place. Neither the lobby nor the mechanical room had cameras. There were chairs and tables on the floor, so I had to move some aside to get to every part of the room. Even though it was impossible for anyone to be there, I kept trying to be silent and failing as I scattered things that I couldn't see. After a while, I knew the cabinet wasn't there. I had no idea if I needed to hurry or not, so I went up the staircase without wasting any more time. I stepped back into the lobby. Where would the Sekimeiya have been? There were a couple of places I need to prioritize over the others. I walked to hallway B, hitting the hard column with my shoulder. The green lights on the cameras were still there, but my legs moved automatically, recalling the steps needed to reach the place called the event room. Was it set up as it had been the 15th? Finding out would be simple, and if the cabinet wasn't there, my last idea was the room in front of it, B4, where the cabinets with temperature regulation were.
Is this still the same day that she's wearing the orange shirt? Did she fall asleep in her clothes? She's not wearing the same clothes.
I think so. She fell asleep on the floor. Yeah, she fell asleep on the floor. I think she's still wearing the orange shirt, yeah.
Okay.
After I'd taken a few steps, I turned around. Through the door, I was peering back into the lobby. What? My heart sped up all by itself while I scrambled to understand why my line of sight was completely black. I could see nothing but darkness, and that didn't make any sense. Because from there, I should have been able to see the lights of the reception desk. What happened?
Oh, shit.
I closed and opened my eyes a few times, wondering if I was the problem. Oh, shit.
Well, someone was standing blocking it, right? That's why she can't see it?
Could be, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Or what we said before about different rooms moving around or whatever. Could be it. She could be looking at a different lobby. There it was. Stunned, I stared at it. I hadn't moved at all, so I didn't understand. I really wanted to doubt my eyes, but the light had suddenly come back. And even though I could see it beyond the door, my heart hadn't slowed down. It was the same sensation as when I turned around while being tailed in the snow. It's Sai! There was only silence. I backed away slowly without taking my eyes off the light. And eventually, the wall covered it as I kept approaching the door at my right. I found the doorknob and opened the way to the bridge between the hallways. It was cold. As soon as I took a step in, I perceived a decrease in temperature. What is this? I couldn't believe I was able to feel any colder. However, after opening that door, the change had been instant. As I approached the place where the cabinet had been, the temperature continued to decrease. It is here. In the middle of the wall, I felt the cold touch of a curtain. I raised it as fast as I could, forcing my hand into a claw grip. And when it was out of the way, I didn't have to wonder what was behind it. There was a faint glow, making the crimson texture beneath it visible. I couldn't believe it. The Sekimeiya was there, but what had happened in that place? With my free hand, I reached in to verify if the cabinet was open. As I'd thought, the glass wasn't properly closed. That was why the entire room felt chilly. I had to decide what to do, but I couldn't think straight. I had the Sekimeiya at hand. I didn't even need the key that I'd found. I felt the glass with my hand. The gap wasn't big enough to get it through, so I tried to scroll it farther down.
I'm loving this section, by the way. This is really good. I'm like
this
glued to this
suddenly
right now.
got really
This is really good.
It suddenly
like, what
got
the fuck?
really good.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I couldn't move it. It seemed to be stuck in place. Why is it not opening? It can't be locked. I kept applying force and noticed that it was moving a little. Before I could reach the Sekimeiya, though, I let go of the glass. What's that? I stared at the cushion around the Sekimeiya. My first impression had been mistaken, as it wasn't just crimson. Is that white? It appeared to be stained by a substance, but I couldn't tell what it was. Frowning, I kept trying to push open the glass. Is it cracked? The surface felt rough, as if it had been damaged. Oh god. A loud noise invaded my ears right as I got the glass unstuck. Is that the alarm? Why? Did I just break it? I'd never heard that sound, but it had to be the same one that played when we were trapped. I started to lose control of my nerves. What was happening? I'd triggered it after doing something to the cabinet, and I couldn't see what. I stood still, praying for the sound to disappear. I was being locked in, but nobody was in the security room, and I'd left the storeroom door open. As I stood, I perceived a fainter and rougher sound coming from the lobby. It was the shutter, closing automatically.
Just grab it and run. Grab it and run.
The silence came back, but I still couldn't get it together. Of course the past had changed. The alarm had been activated before the 15th, but why? I looked at the Sekimeiya, still faintly glowing. I should have had enough time to escape with it, and I didn't know if the world would return to normal on its own. I put my hand to the opening and immediately stopped. It didn't make any sense, but I was too exhausted to react. The inside of the cabinet, which I expected to be the coldest part of the room, was hot. In fact, as I got closer to the Sekimeiya, I felt a hot aura, reminiscent of the one in the water tank. Wait, does this mean I can travel really far back again? Why though? The cabinet shouldn't allow it. I raised my hand and felt the freezing air that the cabinet was releasing. You know what to do, Shiroya. 50... Sorry.
She's gonna go forward, isn't she? She's gonna go forward.
I touched yeah, we'll see. I touched the white stain on the cushion and knew I hadn't been mistaken. Something was there. It was considerably hot, and it felt as if something had dried on the cloth. As I moved my hand around it, I noticed it was in abundance, whatever it was. What was it?
Melting?
I couldn't tell, but there were also tiny pieces with a rocky texture scattered across the cushion. My fingers felt something different and tried to grab it. It was larger than the strange substance above it. What the hell is this? A card? Its texture and form resembled one, but it was pretty small. I took it out of the cabinet and felt its hot touch, painfully confused. And then Sai appeared, holding the Ace of Hearts, saying, "Is this your card?" It was stained like the cushion, but I couldn't tell what it was. I grabbed my phone and shined its faint light on the object. Just like I thought, it was a very tiny card. On it, a single word was written. Zin. A chill ran down my spine. They had been there. But why? They shouldn't have attacked until the 15th. Was it as I'd feared? Had one of the members traveled from the 15th, changing history with an early attack? I stared at the Sekimeiya. Most importantly, why was it still there if Zin had already attacked? Because they tried to touch it and went back. Oh no!
Oh, that's really funny if that's what it is.
Oh, I had so many questions and no faith that any would be answered. I began to move my hand toward the glow inside the cabinet. I wonder if when they first found the Sekimeiya, it like wasn't activated yet, and then something that Zin did made it like explode here, and then it activated for the first time.
Yeah, this seems it's very different right now. Yeah.
Oh, the searing air all around it was all I could be sure of. It was ridiculously hot, completely overpowering the cabinet's icy interior. My frozen hand penetrated the barrier of hot air. The temperature was all I needed to know the Sekimeiya's energy was comparable to when it had been in the water tank. Would touching it bring back life to the world? From the 15th, I'd gone 15 days back. It didn't matter that I'd have nowhere to stay. I would have time to work all those matters out. I just had to go back in time and root out the problem by obtaining the Sekimeiya before anyone else did. My hand, cold as it was, began to burn painfully. I was so close to the Sekimeiya and to leaving behind yet another reality. I shut my eyes, mustering up the will to move my hand farther. I expected that by the next time I opened them, my surroundings would have morphed entirely. How you says you done.
No. 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 No.
Do we want to like 2 more screens?
I just want to see another. I just want to see another character. I want to see Sai or someone. I just want to see someone.
You want to go? You want to go till next character? 2 more hours.
I want to see someone.
The light had come back, but I was in the lobby. Where is this? I turned around slowly. Katsuki?
Oh, we did it. We are out of Shiroya City.
Yay,
We did it. We did
Shiroya
it.
City, yay, we did it. One stream. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it.
Okay, so that's confirmed that the Sekimeiya can definitely send you forward, not just back.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So
All
fuck
right.
me, I guess.
Yeah, you were right. I think when with the timelines out of sync. Yeah.
Maybe, or it's something completely different. Was very confused by all of the. It's crazy how Shiroya City has like moments of extremely gigantic plot reveals, but also they're between like big stretches of stuff that's really difficult to get through.
Yeah.
I have a lot of work on the chart to do. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a chart session or 3, for sure. Wow. Thank you, IG Lavos, for gifting 5 subs. To Ashley, yeah, Zany319, Durangar, Shinswa, and Removo. Will the garbage and dryer arcs pay off? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Oh, that was fun.
That was fun.
Very
That was
glad to
fun.
be back at it. Extremely glad to be back at it. Probably the most entertaining stream so far, for better or for worse, so that's good. Can we see Katsuki's
Really?
next line? I'm curious if it's what I think it is. We both look shocked to see each other. At that time, I saw the shutter and the powered off lights. Those are the effects of the alarm.
Are you Shiroya?
What?
When's that? Are you
That's a
Shiroya?
fucked up line to end on. That's a fucked up line to end on. That's fucked up, Zorgrox.
Did he say that any other time? No?
He said, "Are you the same Shiroya in chapter 2?" And exact match. No exact match for that. No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Where are we then? I thought we were going to go back right back into timeline 1, but we're not.
Here is, "Are you actually Shiroya?" which is what he asked the one from the attic.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm really curious if this is the loop timeline or not.
I don't know.
It seems like every timeline is the smelly timeline. They're just getting used to the smell.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. What a banger.
Shiroya City conquered. I feel really good about that.
Yeah, I feel really I feel really good about that too. We really did. We were struggling, but now we're rallying and we're thriving.
Yeah. I'm glad we made it entertaining for you, chat. Chat seems to have enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Okay. We'll raid Kraken as usual. Smooth sailing from now on. Yeah, no more problems. No more problems. And Joe, I'll probably grab you for I'm saying this like we don't talk. I'll grab you for we'll schedule some timelining.
Yep,
I'm
sure.
so fucking tired. Okay. All right.
I could tell. Yeah.
We're gonna get through it. Is Joe streaming tomorrow? Are you streaming Chrono Trigger tomorrow? Or are you gonna take a break?
I have to take one of my kids to kind of a doctor tomorrow, so if I'm awake enough to stream, I will be streaming tomorrow, but I can't promise because I might have to stay. It's really important that she gets to the appointment, so I might have to like stay up all night to make sure I do it if I can't sleep. So I can't promise, but I'll try. I'll be trying to do Chrono Trigger tomorrow.
Okay. When they smell it, did they go to the future? Maybe. And so
she's getting vaccinations from like a public health sort of thing, so we're not going to see a doctor, but it's kind of a doctor adjacent thing.
it's a medical event.
Yeah.
So on this stream, so you're finishing Chrono Trigger, doing a little Umineko, and then Final Fantasy VI, yeah? This week?
Yes.
And then on this stream, we're going to finish a very relaxing game called The Spirit and the Mouse. And then we're going to get to Moon Remix RPG, which should be fun. So, and that's what we're doing. Good job today. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks.
All right. See y'all later.